Chapter 1823. Chapter 1823. Spar. On the other side, there were 5 or 6 heaven's favorites from ancient Moon Holy Land. They were all top heaven's favorites from the various forces. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius in the Skywolf Tower, and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius in the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. When Ink Wolf, the second prince of the Golden Crow race, and the rest saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed abruptly and became somewhat unsightly. Lu Ming's name was too well known in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and Wan Jingyang, both of whom were not weaker than them. Their expressions were naturally ugly, revealing a deep fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the ancient Yang's sacred land. We can leave him to the geniuses of the Soul's sacred hall. Every single one of them is shockingly powerful. It's hard for anyone of the same level to be a match for them. We can kill Lu Ming. Not bad. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the others were secretly communicating with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Ninth brother, I'm very grateful that all of you have come to this banquet today. Let me toast you all. Ouyang Wuji raised his cup and said a few polite words. Everyone raised their cups and drank a cup. Ninth brother, the test will begin in a few days. Are you ready? Ouyang Wuji suddenly said as he put down his wine cup. Of course, when the time comes, I hope sixth brother will show mercy. Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. His words were watertight. Ninth brother, are you confident about this assessment? Ouyang Wuji suddenly changed the topic. Big brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect and is very powerful. I'm not sure. Ouyang Wushuang sighed. That's right. You have the support of the Daluo Heaven sect, which is full of geniuses and powerhouses. I'm afraid you and I can't compete with them. So, I invited you here to discuss something with you. Ouyang Wuji said. Sixth brother might as well be direct. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, I'll be frank. You and I won't be big brother's match even if we separate. How about we work together? Ninth brother will help me become the crown prince. I won't forget you in the future. When I inherit the throne, you will be above everyone else in the Xinyuan Empire. How about that? Ouyang Wuji revealed his purpose. His words caused the faces of all the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa to change. However, Ouyang Wushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand and seemed to be thinking. After a while, he slowly said, Sixth brother's idea is not bad. You agree? Ouyang Wuji was overjoyed. I didn't say I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this? Sixth brother, help me win the position of crown prince. I can also guarantee that you will be second only to one person and above thousands of people in the future. What do you think? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. Ninth brother, are you toying with me? Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. How did I trick you? Why? I can help you, but you can't help me? Ouyang Wuji said indifferently. Ninth brother, you have to know your own strength. You and your helpers will only be a foil in this assessment. You won't stand a chance. Ouyang Wuji's voice turned cold. His words made the people from the Purple Flame Villa's faces turn ugly. Ouyang Wuji's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak and not as good as the one and only Holy Temple. In fact, that was the truth. Of the 4 forces of the ancient Yang's sacred land, the Purple Flame Villa was the weakest. Although the number of disciples in the unique divine temple was the smallest, their title of being unique was not just for show. Every single disciple of the unique divine temple had terrifying talent in their own fields. Sixth brother, you're that confident? Ouyang Wushuang was not angry. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Ouyang Wuji spoke with great confidence. He continued, Ninth brother, to put it bluntly, you're weak to begin with. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat Big Brother? Sixth brother, you can't just say who's strong or weak with your mouth. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Oh. So, ninth brother is confident in competing with me? Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wushuang didn't finish his words. He took a sip of the wine, which was a silent agreement. Huh, good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we have a friendly match? Ouyang Wuji said. How do we spar? Ouyang Wushuang asked. You and I are well aware of our combat strength. There's no need to spar. Let's see who is stronger. Ouyang Wuji said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. He understood that the main purpose of Ouyang Wuji's invitation was to suppress his morale and then persuade him to help Ouyang Wuji. How could he give in? Set up the battle stage. Ouyang Wuji's voice rang out. Immediately, there was a roar in the open space, and then a huge fighting ring emerged. Buzz! On Ouyang Wuji's side, a figure flickered out and stood on the fighting ring. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to constantly distort. Im Yu Kun, the only disciple of the Holy Temple. Am a great saint in the exceptional realm and am good at the law of fire. The Purple Flame Villa is also good at the law of fire. Which great saint in the exceptional realm would like to fight me? Yu Shu's gaze swept past Lu Ming and the others. However, it only swept past Lu Ming and his group before landing on the people from the Purple Flame Villa. I'll fight you. A sovereign from the Purple Flame Villa stepped into the air and rushed up to the fighting ring. This person was the one who was defeated by Lu Ming yesterday. The two of them stood on the fighting ring, their auras bursting forth, causing the fighting ring to heat up. A light screen rose around the fighting ring to isolate the heat. The two of them didn't waste any words and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the flame maxim, which was filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks collided continuously, causing loud rumbles and blazing flames. However, Yu Shu's white flame, which was unknown, was extremely powerful. After a few moves, he gained the upper hand and began to suppress the Purple Flame Villa's genius. After a dozen or so moves, the Purple Flame Villa's sovereign was no match for Yu Shu. He was thrown out of the fighting ring by Yu Shu's punch and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yu Shu was defeated. They were both great saints in the great perfection, but he was defeated by the other party in a dozen moves. This made all the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa have ugly expressions. Even Ouyang Wushuang's face darkened. I've long heard that every single heaven's favorite from the one and only sacred temple is extremely terrifying. They're said to be the only ones in the world, and every attribute and domain is unique. It's truly shocking. Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yu Shu's white flame is extremely strange. It can even burn flames, said Long Chen with a serious expression. The flame could actually burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. You're even worthy of cultivating the law of fire? Yu Shu stood on the fighting ring, looking down at the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa with disdain. Chapter 1824. Chapter 1824. Long Chen takes action. The fire elementalists of the Purple Flame Villa were now being looked down upon in this field, which made their faces even uglier. I'll fight you. A furious roar was heard as a figure rushed up the fighting ring. This person was Xiao Mucheng, the leader of the geniuses in the Purple Flame Villa. His cultivation was also in the Great Sage Perfection realm. In fact, many top geniuses were in the Great Sage Perfection realm. After all, very, very few of the younger generation could reach the Absolute Saint realm. It wasn't easy to break through this barrier. Of course, there were strong and weak people in the same realm. Kill. Xiao Mucheng stepped onto the battle stage and made his move immediately. His fists continued to blast out. In the sky, there were huge meteorites, carrying purple flames, smashing towards Yu Shu. The white flames around Yushu's body condensed into battle swords and slashed out, splitting the meteorites one by one. On the fighting ring, the rumbling sounds were more intense than before. Xiao Muqing's combat power was stronger than the heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa. His magical power was more profound, at least 70%, and its power was very shocking. The two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. The fighting ring was filled with white and purple flames that were fighting against each other. However, after 100 moves, Xiao Muqing was still no match and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Another 100 moves passed, and Xiao Muqing was blasted off the fighting ring by Yushu. Xiao Muqing was also defeated. As the only disciple of the Sacred Hall, his combat strength was indeed shocking. Great Sage in the Great Circle, who else is up for a fight? Go! Yushu shouted. Her eyes were like lightning as she scanned the people of the Purple Flame Villa. The people of the Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao Muqing, had been defeated. If the others went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. Hee, you're really weak. Senior brother Yushu isn't the strongest among the great saints in the great circle of the Holy Temple. Someone from the Holy Temple sneered. This made the Purple Flame Villa and Ouyang Wushuang's hearts sink. Yushu was the only great sage in the great circle in the Holy Temple, but she was not the strongest? How was that possible? Yushu's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king body that controlled the laws of the king path or a superior grade heavenly spirit body. However, these people were not cabbages that could be found easily. In the Soul Divine Temple, there were great sage, great perfection cultivators who were even stronger than Yushu. No wonder the Soul Divine Temple was so arrogant. No wonder Ouyang Wuji was so confident. Ninth brother, I'm sure you've seen how strong he is. Ouyang Wuji said indifferently. The sparring has just begun, what's the rush, sixth brother? Ouyang Wushuang said. Oh. Then let's continue. Since no one dares to fight a great sage in the great perfection realm, then let's fight a great sage peak. Ouyang Wuji coldly snorted. Yushu got off the battle platform. Another person from the Supreme Sacred Hall stepped onto the battle platform, showing that his cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint. Ouyang Wuji wanted to completely crush Ouyang Wushuang's side at all levels, peak of the Great Saint realm. Who wants to fight? The only heaven's favorite from the Sacred Hall was full of confidence and arrogance. The faces of the Purple Flame Villa's elites were all very serious. Finally, a peak Supreme Saint stepped onto the fighting stage. Unfortunately, he was no match for the heaven's favorite from the only divine temple. Just like before, it was a one-sided battle. After a few dozen moves, the heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Next, the Purple Flame Villa sent another heaven's favorite, but he was still no match for them. Great saints in the Great Circle and great saints in the Peak were all crushed. Ninth brother, I've said it before. Even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? Ouyang Wuji continued. Only 2 levels have been carried out. The Great Sage Great Mastery realm hasn't been fought yet. Sixth brother, you're speaking too early. Ouyang Wushuang said. Do great sages still need to fight? People of this realm are almost useless in this test. Ouyang Wuji revealed a disdainful smile. This time, the heaven's favorites they invited were the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their superpowers were also profound. Their cultivations were at least at the peak of the Great Saint realm, and most of them were at the great perfection of the Great Saint realm. The great mastery of the Supreme Saint realm had no effect on the battle. How would you know if you haven't fought? Ouyang Wushuang said. Since ninth brother insists on this? I happen to have a great sage great perfection heaven's pride on my side. I'll accompany you. Ouyang Wuji said. After that, a supreme saint from the Supreme Sacred Hall stepped onto the battle platform. Great sage great mastery, who wants to fight? The man shouted. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa looked at each other. There was no one in the great sage realm among them. "I'll fight this battle." Long Chen stood up and stepped into the fighting ring. Long Chen's cultivation base was the great sage. "Ninth brother, I heard that you asked for help from a few heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Temple. Could it be them? His cultivation is a little low." Ouyang Wuji laughed with a hint of mockery. The heaven's favorites he invited from the ancient Moon Holy Land were all in the great circle of the Supreme Saint Realm, such as Mo Lang and the Golden Crow's second prince. Although they were not as strong as the heaven's favorites from the only holy temple, their battle power was not to be underestimated. The deciding factor of one's combat strength isn't just one's cultivation. Ouyang Wushuang replied indifferently. "Oh, really? Not everyone has ninth brother's talent." Ouyang Wuji laughed. On the fighting ring, Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, but in the eyes of the only person from the temple, he was not happy. "Do you still need me to make a move? I advise you to get the hell out of here." The only chosen from the sacred temple spoke arrogantly. "If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat." Long Chen said indifferently. "What? 3 moves? Ha ha ha." The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall burst into laughter. Not only him, but the others below the battle stage were also laughing. The supreme talent of the only sacred temple was almost invincible among those of the same level. Now, Long Chen said that he would defeat the supreme talent of the only sacred temple in 3 moves. Wasn't this ridiculous? "Ninth brother, your friend is really..." Ouyang Wuji was about to sneer at him, but he stopped mid-sentence. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward, shaking the fighting ring. Then, he threw a punch at the Supreme Sacred Hall's genius. Boom! Wherever the fist force passed, the sky would shake and the air would evaporate, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the heaven's favorite from the only sacred temple to turn pale. "Block it." The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist force blasted out, and all the defenses were shattered. The heaven's pride expert from the Soul Divine Temple let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the fighting stage. Half of his body had been smashed and he had almost been beaten to death. How was that possible? The other heaven's favorites from the only temple all stood up. Their auras were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1825. Since you're a heaven's favorite, you have to fight above your level. The only heaven's favorite of the divine temple was known as the one and only one in the world. He was invincible among his peers. But now, he was defeated by Long Chen in a single move. This shocked everyone. Long Chen was being polite when he said 3 moves, but in fact, he couldn't even block one. The law of extremity. It's one of the laws of the King Path, the law of extremity. In the only sacred hall, someone recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a king physique and can control extreme power. No wonder he's so terrifying. It's the same as the 9th prince, a king body. The only heaven's favorites from the sacred hall were discussing. This fellow is also this strong? The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chen in shock. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed unparalleled combat strength. He did not expect that Long Chen was not weak either. He had defeated the only sanctuary's genius of the same level with 1 move. Could it be that these few people are all so abnormal? Their gazes then shifted to Lu Ming and Huang Ling Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the others from the Qiu Yue Holy Land all had serious expressions. They already knew Long Chen had a king body and could control the king path laws. What's the point of fighting at the same level? Since you're called a heaven's favorite, you should fight above your level. Who among you at the peak of the great saint realm wants to fight? At this moment, Long Chen's voice rang out, and he looked in the direction of the Soul Divine Temple. Many people were shocked. Long Chen was actually going to challenge someone of a higher level. Wasn't he too confident? To heaven's favorites like them, it was not difficult to fight someone above their level. However, this was only applicable to ordinary martial artists, such as those who had inferior, medium, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. However, who among the top heaven's favorites could fight above their level? This was unless he had a battle prowess that far exceeded those of the same level. Although you have a king body and control the laws of the king path, you might not be able to skip a level and challenge us. The only heaven's favorite from the sacred temple snorted coldly. Nonsense, do you dare to fight? Long Chen was domineering, and his battle intent was threatening. You asked for it, so I'll fulfill your wish. The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall stepped out and appeared on the fighting ring. This man was the heaven's favorite who had defeated the supreme saints at the peak of the Purple Flame Villa. He was extremely powerful. He was almost invincible in a battle of the same level, not to mention that Long Chen was one level above him. I will let you understand that even if you control the laws of the icing path, you are not invincible. Die. The only St. Palace's heaven's favorite shouted coldly. A terrifying aura burst out from him, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from his hand, forming a golden sword. This person controlled the laws of metal and was extremely sharp. Ow! An elephant's cry rang out, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The laws of nature circulated to the extreme, as if it was filled with infinite power. Boom! Boom! Long Chen stepped on the fighting ring, and the ring rumbled as he charged toward his opponent. Whoosh! The metal sword in his opponent's hand was extremely sharp. It was 10 meters long and slashed at Long Chen. Long Chen punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The opponent's gold sword shook violently and then exploded. The man was forced to retreat. So strong? Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too strong. He was one level higher than his opponent, but he was able to shatter his opponent's attack with one punch and push him back. Again. Long Chen took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 soldier condensation, die. The only sacred hall genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and countless weapons formed in the sky. They attacked Long Chen from all directions. However, Long Chen's attacks were very simple. He just threw out one punch after another, but each punch shook the void and crushed everything in its path. All the weapons in his path were shattered. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards the other party, forcing him to retreat. The armored giant, die. The only St. Palace's genius shouted. His saint power surged, and 2 giant creatures formed in front of him. These were 2 giants. Their entire bodies were golden as if they were completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an oppressive aura. Thump. Thump. The 2 giants stepped forward, and their fists, which were as big as water tanks, smashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen fearlessly took the attack head-on with his fist. It was a battle between the strong, a contest of strength. Long Chen's fist collided with the armored giant's fist, creating a terrifying boom. Scrap metal, break! Long Chen let out a long roar, and his fist energy was like a rainbow as he continuously swung it, clashing with the armored giant. Bang! A Vajra realm giant couldn't withstand Long Chen's power and was directly crushed. Then, Long Chen soared into the sky and stepped on the body of a Vajra giant. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon and elephant, suppressing the heavens. The armored giant was also crushed into pieces, turning into energy and disappearing. After Long Chen crushed the giant, he used the force to pounce on the only genius of the sacred temple. His fist force was like a rainbow, unstoppable. The heaven's favorite from the soul's sacred hall grunted and flew out of the fighting ring, spitting out blood. Long Chen won again. The entire place fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat a heaven's favorite of the same level with one move. But now, he had crossed a level and defeated the only heaven's favorite of the sacred temple. This was shocking. Furthermore, this heaven's favorite from the only divine temple was extremely powerful. He had just defeated all the heaven's favorites of the same level in the Purple Flame Villa. The only heaven's favorite from the temple had a dark expression. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa were dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions remained unchanged. This result was within their expectations. Long Chen had mastered the laws of the way of the king, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chen had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. Ouyang Wushuang laughed and let out a long breath, releasing all the anger he had suppressed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened and he did not say anything. Long Chen, it's my turn to play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped on the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chen nodded and left the fighting ring. Guys, I'm also a great saint. I'll learn from brother Long Chen and challenge someone at the peak of the great saint realm. Who's going to challenge me? Huang Ling's voice rang out as she looked towards the one and only divine temple. Another great saint in the upper tier challenging a great saint in the peak. Could it be that this beautiful woman was also a heaven's favorite on the same level as Long Chen? How can a heaven's favorite of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I'll fight this battle. In the only sacred palace, a woman flew up. This woman was also quite beautiful, but she paled in comparison to Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling, and now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge a supreme saint peak with her cultivation of the great saint realm, she went up directly. And NBSP without saying anything else, the two of them immediately attacked. The only woman from the sacred hall controlled the law of water and had countless changes. Her strength was extremely shocking. However, he met Feng Ling and his defeat was set in stone. Just like Long Chen, after a few moves, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring. Law of unperishable flame, another king body, how is this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. Chapter 1826, I'll play 2 previously, there was Long Chen, and now there was Feng Ling. She had also mastered the laws of King Path and her combat strength was shocking. She had crossed a level and defeated her opponent. Ouyang Wuji's expression became uglier and uglier. He had invited Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others to the banquet with the purpose of beating Ouyang Wushuang at the banquet. He wanted to sweep away Ouyang Wushuang's side with a sweeping force. In the end, he would force Ouyang Wushuang to agree to help him fight against Ouyang Wudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chen and Feng Ling had been fighting above their level, and the momentum he had accumulated before had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I've said before that a high cultivation level also represents a high combat strength. Cultivation level is only one of the factors that determines combat strength. There are many other factors that determine the strength of combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang said and laughed in a carefree manner. HRNPH, ninth brother, no matter how strong they are only great saints in the great mastery. They can defeat great saints in the peak, but can they defeat great saints in the great perfection? Will the two of them be of any use in this test? Ouyang Wuji coldly snorted. No matter how strong Long Chen and Phoenix Spirit were, they were only equivalent to 2 powerful supreme saints at the peak. How could they affect the overall situation? This test wasn't about who was stronger in a battle of the same level. What's the rush? Isn't the competition not over yet? Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. The competition isn't over? They had already competed in the Great Sage Great Mastery. Were they going to compete in the Great Sage Minor Mastery? Hee, ninth brother, what's the use of a Great Sage in the Minor Mastery realm in this test? Are you going to die? Ninth brother, don't tell me you've invited someone from the Great Sage Minor Mastery? Ouyang Wuji's repeated questions were filled with sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lu Ming. On Ouyang Wushuang's side, the people from the Purple Flame Villa were all at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and the Great Saint Perfection Realm. Long Chen and Huang Ling had both revealed their cultivation, and the only one who had not revealed his cultivation was Lu Ming. If he was a great sage initial, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I just said that having a high cultivation level doesn't mean that your combat strength is high. Ouyang Wushuang added. How can I not know this? However, even if one's cultivation is low, there must be a limit. He's just a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight a higher level like the previous two, what's the use? He's only equivalent to a figure in the great sage great mastery. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, you're not that strong. You've helped me deal with the first prince. I'll still say the same thing, I won't mistreat you. Ouyang Wuji rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's sixth prince, and the other people from Guyu Holy Land. He also did not see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. The Great Sage lower mastery was equivalent to a Great Sage upper mastery? To Lu Ming, it was not valid at all. Ouyang Wushuang ignored Ouyang Wuji and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you want to play? He asked. Alright, let's play. Lu Ming stood up. Brother Lu Ming, beat them up. Chirpy. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make a move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, they naturally would not warn the Soul Divine Temple. They would be happy to see the Soul Divine Temple suffer after being humiliated like that. All right. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head, then stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. It's this lecherous fellow. He's a complete piece of trash. He dared to flirt with junior sister Qiu Yue on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now, he's still acting. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple laughed in disdain. So it's this person, he really has guts. The other person from the Divine Temple sneered. Everyone, this person is not simple. Mo Lang from the Skywolf Tower wanted to remind the supreme talent of the only sacred temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great sage lower tier? Are you looking down on us because my Soul Divine Temple lost 2 matches? Yushu's gaze swept towards Mo Lang, causing Mo Lang's heart to skip a beat. He then shook his head and kept his mouth shut. These people from the only Divine Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Mo Lang and the others. During this period of time, Mo Lang and the others had been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Boy, let me tell you. You're just a great sage minor mastery. There's no great sage minor mastery here to fight with you. You must challenge him. In 2 days, I'll ask a junior brother to play with you. One of the supreme talents from the Soul Divine Temple looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a Heaven's Pride expert? You're just trash. Since you're a Heaven's Pride expert, you must fight above your level. All of you, as long as you're in the Great Sage realm, can come up and fight. Lu Ming said calmly. What? The only Heaven's favorites from the Divine Temple, including Ouyang Wuji, were all stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as it's an eminent saint, he can fight it out. Is this kid crazy? A mere great sage minor mastery actually dared to make such a bold statement, saying that he could fight anyone in the great sage realm? Did he really think that the people here were all trash? Everyone here was a top-tier Heaven's Pride expert. It was almost impossible for an ordinary warrior to fight a great sage in the lower mastery realm, not to mention that they were all Heaven's Pride experts. This kid was absolutely crazy. Ha ha ha, this kid. Could it be that he's gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying previously burst out laughing. He couldn't even block a single palm from him, and he still dared to say that he could even fight a great sage. If he wasn't crazy, what was he? Ninth brother, did you really invite this person? I'm afraid you haven't seen much of the world. Ouyang Wuji sneered. A great sage lower mastery could fight a great sage in the great perfection realm, and he was a top heavens pride expert. He didn't believe that there was such a person in the world. So much nonsense, do you dare to go up or not? Lu Ming berated and looked down at the only divine temple, Mo Lang and the rest. Mo Lang and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. They did not dare to look Lu Ming in the eye and lowered their heads. They knew that they were not Lu Ming's match. I'll kill this kid. He has been staring at junior sister Qiu Yue since he arrived. I want him to know what kind of trash he is. A young man from the only holy temple shouted coldly and rushed up the fighting ring. The aura on his body bloomed. He was an expert at the peak of the great saint realm. Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him with one move. It'll be boring. The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm on the street shouted. Make your move. Lu Ming looked at the other party indifferently. Kneel down, die. The young man bellowed and struck out with his palm. A huge khaki palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of the earth, and his strength was astonishing. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. It was a very simple punch. Chapter 1827, Summoning Qiu Yue. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The chaotic laws circulated and he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force whistled and destroyed the opponent's large hand as if it was a piece of rotten wood. The face of the heaven's favorite from the soul's sacred hall sank as he shouted coldly, "You have some ability. Let's see how many moves you can take." The other party waved his palm and the law of earth in the sky circulated, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm too lazy to play with you, let's go, Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and rushed toward his opponent like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he threw a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away the mountains. The terrifying fist force did not stop and continued to blast toward the genius of the only holy temple. The fist force was unstoppable, as if it was pressing down on the entire world. The other party's expression changed drastically. The law of earth circulated, setting up layers of defense in front of him. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's fist force crushed all the defenses. The heaven's favorite from the only sacred hall spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying far away, landing on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The only heaven's favorite at the peak of the great saint realm in the temple was defeated by Lu Ming so easily. It was as if he had swept away all obstacles. How could a person in the minor mastery of the great sage realm have such amazing combat strength? The expressions of the other heaven's favorites from the sacred temple were dark. As for Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, the Ancient Moon Holy Land geniuses, and the Purple Flame Villa geniuses, they all had complicated expressions. They were well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is that possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene. Wasn't Lu Ming able to be sent flying by his palm? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Sixth brother, I've said before, cultivation has never represented combat power. Ouyang Wushuang laughed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened and he did not say anything. Previously, when Feng Ling and Long Chen were able to defeat the genius of the one and only divine temple, it was already a surprise. But now, Lu Ming was able to defeat the genius of the one and only divine temple, who was 2 levels higher than him. Even he found it unbelievable. Supreme Saint Realm. If any of you want to come up and fight, you can. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time, no one laughed or mocked him. This was because Lu Ming had just used his combat strength to prove that he had the ability. I'll do it. A voice was heard. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Yu Shu. Many people were shocked. Yu Kuan was a great saint in the Great Circle. He had defeated all the great saints in the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that this person's combat power was definitely the best in the Great Saint perfection level. In a battle of the same level, he was almost invincible without the king physique. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, who was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Shu? Although Lu Ming is strong, he's not Yu Kun's match. I've heard of a great sage in the lower tier fighting a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm. However, I've never heard of a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm fighting a prodigy like Yu Kun. That's right. Even the Son of God can't do that. The difference in cultivation is too big. The only heaven's favorites from the Sacred Hall were discussing. This time, even Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the proud children of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming did not have a high chance of winning. Although Lu Ming could kill a heaven's favorite like Wan Zhengyang, Wan Zhengyang's cultivation base was also in the Great Saint perfection, but he was definitely not Yu Shu's match. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. Yu Shu's body was covered in white flames. The temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic laws circulated all over his body as he used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the power of fire spread across half of the fighting ring. Then, a figure was seen retreating 7 or 8 steps before he could stand firm. That figure was Yu Shu, while Lu Ming did not move an inch. Yu Shu has been repelled. Many people gasped. Could it be that even Lian Qi was not Lu Ming's match? The laws he controls seem to be the laws of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Is this person the son of chaos, one of the sons of heaven? It should be. Otherwise, it can't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could tell that Lu Ming controlled the laws of chaos. They immediately started a heated discussion. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even colder. He did not expect Ouyang Wushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, you have a wide network. You actually know a son of chaos. Ouyang Wuji's voice was filled with jealousy. Of course, he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chen, who were invited by Ouyang Wuji, had mastered the King Path Law. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had mastered one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a heaven's favorites cultivation base was still weak now, he would definitely be extremely terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful heaven's favorite? Damn it. Yu Shu took a step back and growled in a low voice. Her face turned even gloomier. The Soul Divine Temple was known as the one and only in the world. However, he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming even though his cultivation level was so much higher. It was unbearable. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced and twisted the space. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yu Shu and looked at the one and only divine temple, then at Qiu Yue. At this moment, Qiu Yue was also sizing Lu Ming up curiously as if she did not know him at all. Qiu Yue, im Lu Ming. Im your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Lu Ming? Young master? His words made Qiu Yue frown, as if she was in deep thought. Fanatic, how dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Qiu Yue again. Senior brother Yu Shu, teach him a good lesson. The Heaven's Pride expert from the Soul Divine Temple shouted unhappily. Raging flames and storms slash. At this moment, Yu Shu roared. The flames all over his body condensed into a huge saber. He slashed hundreds of times in an instant. The blazing saber light swept out and enveloped Lu Ming. This was Yu Kun's divine art, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and pointed a finger. A huge chaos finger of tribulation formed and shot toward Yu Chan Boom. The finger of chaos tribulation was like the finger of a god. With one point, all the saber beams were shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yu Shu. Yu Shu retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly and he was almost blown off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze never once fell on Yu Shu. He was still staring at Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yuntian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 1828, Chapter 1828 Defeated by Master, Madam, Master. Madam. Qiu Yue mumbled to herself as the look of contemplation in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yu Wan roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Flames filled the sky. In the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared. Like a storm, they charged at Lu Ming. This move was Yu Shu's strongest move. He had unleashed his sacred art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming did not even look and pointed his finger again. Lu Ming had raised the power of the chaos finger of tribulation to its maximum. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the previous finger attack. And NBSP the chaos laws exploded, and the chaos tribulation finger was formed, crushing everything in its path. All the weapons condensed by the flame exploded in an instant. Yu Shu's expression changed drastically. With a scream, his body was blown away like a cannonball. He flew out of the fighting ring and flew a long distance before he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured by this move. If not for his fire spirit body and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yu Shu had been defeated, completely and utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This level of combat strength had already exceeded their imagination. A great sage minor mastery had actually defeated Yu Kun, who was a great sage in the great perfection realm. Yu Kun was a peerless genius. Such combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa. They thought of how they had laughed at Lu Ming and the others when they first saw them. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Divine Temple were red in the face. Previously, Lu Ming had said that they could challenge anyone who was at the Great Saint Realm. They had even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming was very confident. On the other hand, they seemed a little ridiculous, like jumping clowns. Ouyang Wushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, so what? So what if you're a great sage in the great perfection realm? You still lost. It seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother, do you want to help me to get the position of crown prince? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress Ouyang Wushuang and make him help him fight against the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Feng Ling. Ouyang Wuji's fists were clenched together as his eyes turned cold. In the beginning, everything was going according to his plan, and everything was going smoothly. However, after Long Chen made his move, all his plans were thrown into chaos. Long Chen and Feng Ling were extremely powerful. They were able to defeat the only heaven's favorite of the Sacred Hall. However, this was not a big deal. No matter how strong Long Chen and Feng Ling were, they could not fight against supreme saints in the Great Perfection Realm. It did not affect the overall situation much. However, Lu Ming's attack had completely disrupted his plan. Lu Ming's combat strength could even defeat Yu Shu. This level of combat strength could already affect the outcome of the battle. In this case, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would Ouyang Wushuang help him? Ninth brother, this test will be a competition of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's alone. I'd advise you to help me. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. Oh, since that's the case, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker during the assessment. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, we'll see during the assessment. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. All sorts of thoughts ran through the crowd's minds, but Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, what's wrong with you? You still remember the Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Do you still remember the mystical sword sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a great bell that resonated in the heavens and earth. He asked a series of questions in succession as if he wanted to penetrate deep into Qiu Yue's heart. The Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Mystical sword sect? The Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Qiu Yue kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were blank. After a while, a pained expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and shot into the sky. She turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qiu Yue, Lu Ming was about to give chase, but his figure flashed. A few of the temple's geniuses blocked his path. Damn it, what did you say to Qiu Yue? Why was she so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Qiu Yue, you'll die without a burial place. The paragon of the Soul Divine Temple shouted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Let's go. Long Chen said as he stepped forward and came to Lu Ming's side. Huang Ling did the same. Impudent. Ouyang Wuji shouted coldly and stood up abruptly. A powerful aura burst out from his body as he looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze. At the same time, Amo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the rest were also staring at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be more than willing to do so. Sixth brother, the test hasn't even started yet, and you're already going to fight me? If this gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that be too good for Ouyang Wudao? Ouyang Wushuang also stood up and confronted Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. He did want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming. However, Ouyang Wushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight first, the consequences would be unpredictable. Regardless of whether they would be disqualified or not, it would benefit Ouyang Wudao. Humph, ninth brother, let's meet at the assessment. Ouyang Wuji muttered to himself for a moment before he waved his sleeves and snorted. Lu Ming, let's go first. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Qiu Yue had left in, frowning. Something must have happened to Qiu Yue. However, one thing was for sure. Qiu Yue's body was not possessed. If he was possessed by someone else and Lu Ming kept asking him questions, he would definitely not have this reaction. Qiu Yue, I will definitely find out what you have been through. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Qiu Yue had gone through before he could find the right solution. Lu Ming did not give chase. He turned around and left the place with Ouyang Wushuang and the rest. In Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang were sitting opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you're here to ask me about Miss Qiu Yue. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? Ouyang Wushuang asked out of curiosity. Not bad, yes. Lu Ming nodded. Qiu Yue and I came from the same place. Before she came to the Yuan continent, she was my servant. Lu Ming briefly explained his relationship with Qiu Yue. The only proud daughter of the Divine Temple is actually your maidservant. After listening, Ouyang Wushuang was amazed. But when Qiu Yue saw me earlier, she didn't seem to recognize me at all. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard any news about this? Lu Ming asked. Earlier, Lu Ming came to look for Ouyang Wushuang alone to ask about this. Ouyang Wushuang was the prince of the Divine Origin Empire. He was in the ancient sun's sacred land with the only sacred hall, so he might know something. Chapter 1829. Chapter 1829. Leading troops into battle, what's happening? Ouyang Wushuang frowned and pondered. After a while, he said, a year ago, something big did happen in the ancient Yang Holy Land. I wonder if it has anything to do with Miss Qiu Yue. What is it? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. A year ago, Miss Qiu Yue's master, the only powerful existence in the Divine Temple, suddenly went crazy and killed his way to the Biyao Heaven sect. In the end, for some unknown reason, Master Qiu Yue retreated again. Ouyang Wushuang said. Master Qiu Yue suddenly went to the Biyao Heaven sect? Lu Ming was in deep thought. Miss Qiu Yue's master is definitely a true emperor, and even among the true emperors, he's an extremely powerful existence. The Biyao Heaven sect is the most powerful existence in the ancient Yang Holy Land, and it's even said that there's a great emperor in charge. If there's nothing important, why would Miss Qiu Yue's master come to the Biyao Heaven sect? This matter caused a great shock in the ancient Sun Holy Land at that time. Later on, there were many different opinions. People were guessing what exactly happened to make a powerful true emperor so angry that he went to the Biyao Heaven sect. But in the end, he left without a solution. But until now, there has been no unified explanation. Ouyang Wushuang said. Biyao Heaven sect, could it be that what happened to Qiu Yue is related to the Biyao Heaven sect? Lu Ming frowned. Then, he chatted with Ouyang Wushuang for a while more but could not come to a conclusion. In the end, he bade farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later, Ouyang Wushuang gathered everyone again. Everyone, the content of this assessment is out. It will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage will be the assessment of leading an army in battle. Ouyang Wushuang said. Leading an army into battle? Everyone was stunned. That's right. If you want to become the crown prince of a country, you need to be outstanding in all aspects, such as martial Dao talent, wisdom, connections, etc., before you can control a country. The first round will be held in a world of formations. I, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wudao will each lead an army of 30,000 in battle. We will be ranked according to our battle results. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Each side has 30,000 troops. Are the cultivation levels of these 30,000 troops similar for all 3 sides? Someone asked. If one side's 30,000 strong army was strong while the other side's was weak, then no matter how strong one's commanding ability was, it was useless. Don't worry about that. Everyone who enters the world of formations will only use their spiritual consciousness. Anyone who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to LV1 Martial Emperor realm. Even if they are killed inside, they will only be eliminated and not killed. Ouyang Wushuang said. No wonder. Everyone's heart moved. Everyone who entered would have their cultivation suppressed to the first level Martial Emperor realm. In other words, the 30,000 soldiers were all at the first level Martial Emperor realm. They would also be at the first level Martial Emperor realm when they entered. In an army of tens of thousands of soldiers, an individual's battle prowess could hardly affect the overall situation. Only the ability to command troops and the cooperation of battle formations would be fully displayed. The first test will take the longest time. There will be 2 months of training at the start. In these 2 months, I will lead 30,000 troops and train their battle formations. 2 months later, the 3 sides will begin to fight against each other. Starting from today, I will take you to see. After Ouyang Wushuang finished speaking, he walked out. Everyone followed him, and soon, they arrived at a vast and spacious area. Mysterious runes glowed in all directions, forming a mysterious array. On the ground, there were many figures sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were in a meditative state. There are a total of 30,000 people here, and they are currently in the world of formations. There are experts from the Empire guarding this place, so you can enter the world of formations without worry. No one will disturb you. Let's go in as well. Ouyang Wushuang said. He landed on the ground first and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming and the rest landed on the ground, sat cross-legged, and closed their eyes. Instantly, inscriptions climbed up their bodies and enveloped them. Lu Ming felt as if his spirit had left his body and entered a void. Soon, he opened his eyes and found himself on a platform. Ouyang Wushuang, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others had also appeared. As expected, he's only at the LV1 Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming sensed his body. Indeed, he was only left with the cultivation of a first-level martial emperor. Everyone else was the same. Their cultivation was at the first-level martial emperor realm. It's amazing. It's similar to the floating platform in the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming sighed. The sky-high floating platform in Dragon God Valley was also a place where one's spirit could enter to cultivate. This array world was also where one's spirit could enter and then condense a body from the array world. In front of the platform, there was a huge military camp. He could see many people in the military camp. Let's go. Ouyang Wushuang took the lead and flew over, followed by the rest. The 9th prince is here. Someone in the military camp shouted. Sound the army drums, the army will gather. Ouyang Wushuang passed down the order. Thump. Thump. Boom. His deep voice reverberated throughout the entire camp. With a flash of their figures, the army gathered on the empty drill ground. Not long after, the 30,000-strong army had gathered. Each of them wore black armor and were all LV1 Martial Royal Realm martial artists. They stood together with an imposing aura. Ouyang Wushuang stood at a high place and looked around. This time, the 6th prince, Ouyang Wuji, and the 1st prince, Ouyang Wudao, are fighting for the position of crown prince. If you all help me become the crown prince, you will all be heroes. When I inherit the throne in the future, I will definitely not forget you. Ouyang Wushuang's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. I'll do my best to help the 9th prince become the crown prince. The 30,000-strong army roared. If they could help the 9th prince become the crown prince, Ouyang Wushuang would take control of the Divine Yuan Empire in the future. Their lives would be much better, and they would have more opportunities. If they could seize the opportunity, they might be able to rise to the top. Alright, well, train together for the next 2 months. I have a formation here, the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. You'll have to train this formation with all your might for the next 2 months. Ouyang Wushuang said. Yes. The 30,000-strong army received the order, and their voices shook the heavens. In a battle between great armies, only by coordinating with a great formation could they display their powerful combat strength. Some formations could even unleash 10 times, or even 100 times the combat power. An army that did not know how to use battle formations would be easily defeated by an army that knew how to use battle formations. Everyone, please take a good rest during the first round of assessment. We will need your help for the second and third round. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and the rest. The first round was the battle of commanding troops. Lu Ming and the others were only at the LV1 Martial Royal Realm after entering this place, so they were not of much use. Their role was mainly in the second and third round. 9th Prince, please go ahead. Well, just look around. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and went to teach the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation to the 30,000-strong army. Chapter 1830, Lu Ming's Plan. Lu Ming and the rest took a casual look and left the place. The first round indeed had little to do with them. In the following days, Ouyang Wushuang devoted himself to training the army. He trained the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation with the 30,000 troops. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. His cultivation was approaching the Great Sage Mastery. However, after reaching the Great Saint Realm, the progress of cultivation became slower and slower. It became more and more difficult. After cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming stopped for a while and walked around. Then, he entered the array to see how Ouyang Wushuang 1's training was going. Roar! Roar! An army of 30,000 galloped across the vast land like a mighty flood. The earth rumbled, and the momentum was shocking. As far as the eye could see, it was a black torrent. True essence surged, and a giant tiger formed in the sky above the 30,000 troops. This giant tiger was tens of thousands of feet tall and was even larger than a mountain. Its aura was shocking. This was the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. 30,000 first-level martial emperors formed a large formation and formed a heavenly tiger. Even a half-saint would be torn apart. Furthermore, as the 30,000 soldiers trained for a longer period of time, they would become more familiar with the technique and their combat strength would also increase. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and watched quietly. After a few hours of training, the army finally stopped to rest. A figure flew toward Lu Ming. It was Ouyang Wushuang. Lu Ming, why are you here today? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. I'm here to see how your training is going. How was it? Do you have any confidence in the first test? Lu Ming asked. I'm not confident. Ouyang Wushuang shook his head and said with a serious face, I obtained this heavenly tiger sky roaring formation by accident. It's very powerful, but I can't guarantee that Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji don't have powerful battle formations. If they have a battle formation that is not weaker than mine, this battle will be very difficult. There are 3 sides, and they are restraining each other. The situation changes rapidly, and no one is confident of winning. Ouyang Wushuang said. Lu Ming nodded. The 3 sides had 30,000 troops and their abilities were similar. They restrained each other and the situation was constantly changing. No one could predict who would win before the results were out. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Have a battle formation here that is far more powerful than the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Perhaps I can give it a try. Its power is far above the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Ouyang Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, this formation is called the True Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a jade token and passed it to Ouyang Wushuang. This battle formation had been found in the 9 dragons' memories. It was extremely powerful, far above the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Ouyang Wushuang used his spiritual sense and the joy on his face grew. With this battle formation, I'm even more confident. Ouyang Wushuang said. Not necessarily. If he doesn't use it well, he'll probably be the first to be eliminated. Lu Ming said. He was not that optimistic. You're saying would it cause Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji to join forces? Ouyang Wushuang was also a smart person. He immediately understood what Lu Ming meant. If his battle formation was too strong and caused Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji to sense danger, they would join forces to attack him. No matter how strong the true dragon battle formation was, it would still be dangerous. Therefore, out of the 30,000 strong army, only 5,000 can be used to practice the true dragon battle formation. The other 25,000 can continue to train the sky tiger roaring formation. During the battle, it's best to sacrifice those 25,000 people. Lu Ming opened his mouth and explained a strategy. His plan was simple. When the 3 sides fought, he would sacrifice 25,000 soldiers. This way, there would only be a few thousand people left. To the other 2 sides, Ouyang Wushuang would not be much of a threat. Their attention would only be on each other. This way, Ouyang Wushuang could just sit back and reap the benefits. Of course, this plan required the remaining thousands of people to be strong enough and the battle formation they formed to be powerful enough. Otherwise, even if they were to sit back and reap the benefits, it would probably be useless. Alright, well, follow this plan. Ouyang Wushuang was also a decisive person. He immediately decided to use Lu Ming's plan. Ouyang, I hope that you can win in the first round. Lu Ming smiled. Ouyang Wushuang was a silver inheritor and had to listen to him. Lu Ming also hoped that Ouyang Wushuang could defeat the other two sides and become the crown prince, controlling the Xinyuan Empire in the future. In this way, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to Lu Ming. Immediately, Ouyang Wushuang selected 5,000 people to train the true dragon battle formation in secret. Lu Ming left the array world and strolled around the Xinyuan Empire. He bought a few things and headed towards Ouyang Wushuang's residence. "You piece of trash, hand over your pill now. Otherwise, it'll completely cripple you." Lu Ming had just turned into a mansion when he heard a voice. "Don't even think about it. This is my reward for working hard for a year. Don't even think about taking it. If you have the ability, kill me." At this time, another voice was heard. From their voices, they didn't seem very old. Lu Ming was curious. He moved and appeared on the roof of a hall. He looked ahead. In front of them, there were 5 to 6 youths, all around 14 to 15 years old. 5 of them wore surrounding a black-clothed youth, staring at him with unfriendly eyes. The black-clothed youth looked at the others with a stubborn expression. "Ouyang Moli, since you want to die so badly, well, fulfill your wish. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you. A piece of trash like you who can't even awaken your bloodline, even if we kill one you, who would care?" A yellow-robed young man sneered. "That's right. Hand over the pill. Even if a piece of trash like you gets the stabilizing pill, it's still a waste of God's gift. You might as well hand it over to us. Be filial to us in the future. Only then can trash like you struggle on whilst at death's door. Otherwise, only death awaits." The other youths sneered. "Don't even think about it. The stabilizing pill is mine. It's my last hope. If you want to take the stabilizing pill, you might as well kill me." The black-robed youth, Ouyang Moli, shouted. "Humph, since that's the case, it'll fulfill your wish." The yellow-robed young man kicked Ouyang Moli in the stomach. Ouyang Moli cried out in pain as his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, his eyes were still firm as he stared at the yellow-robed youth and the others. "If I don't die, I'll definitely return it to you 10 times over," Ouyang Moli said. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This look made the hearts of the yellow-robed youth and the others turn cold. "You won't have the chance. Today is the day you die," the yellow-robed youth said coldly. His true energy surged and he was about to kill Ouyang Moli. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His palm glowed, and the reincarnation halberd appeared in his hand. But at this moment, the reincarnation halberd shook violently and let out a buzzing sound. Chapter 1831. Chapter 1831 Reincarnation Body. The reincarnation halberd trembled continuously and emitted light as if it was about to fly out of his hand. Moreover, the tip of the reincarnation halberd was pointing at Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming was shocked. The reincarnation halberd had been in his hands for quite some time, but there had been no abnormality. However, since just now, the reincarnation halberd had been shaking non-stop even though it was in the mountain and river diagram. It seemed that it was because of Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming did not have much time to think. He moved and appeared in front of Ouyang Moli. A wave of energy surged out and pushed the 5 youths back. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our Ouyang imperial clan?" The yellow-robed youth saw Lu Ming and was not afraid at all. He shouted loudly. "You guys can go, I won't make things difficult for you." Lu Ming waved his hands and said, "Hand over Ouyang Moli and well leave." The yellow-robed teenager spoke. Lu Ming did not dare to make a move, thinking that Lu Ming was afraid of them. "Get lost." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. A cold killing intent emanated from him and gushed toward the 5 teenagers. Lu Ming had been through many battles in his life and his killing intent was extremely strong. Being enveloped by Lu Ming's killing intent, the 5 youths shuddered and their faces turned pale. You. Just you wait. The yellow-robed young man's eyes flashed with fear. After leaving behind those harsh words, he left with his 4 other young men. Senior, thank you for your help. Ouyang Moli stepped forward and bowed to Lu Ming. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Why aren't they targeting you? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because they want to snatch my pill. This pill is my last hope. I can't let them snatch it away. Ouyang Moli's eyes shone with determination. You haven't awakened your bloodline, have you? Lu Ming sized up Ouyang Moli with a curious look on his face. In the Yuan continent, especially in a place like the ancient sun's sacred land, it was extremely rare to see a teenager who had not awakened his bloodline. No wonder the yellow-robed youth called Ouyang Moli trash. Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with dejection, but it was only for a moment. His eyes became firm again as he clenched his fists and said, Senior, are you also looking down on me? Although I can't awaken my bloodline now, I firmly believe that I will awaken my bloodline in the future and become a martial arts master. I will definitely step on those who look down on me. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a strange light. He activated his secret skill and carefully sized up Ouyang Moli. The more he sized him up, the more surprised he became. I'm afraid you won't be able to awaken your bloodline even if you use that stabilizing pill. Lu Ming said. What? Ouyang Moli's body trembled as a look of despair appeared in his eyes. Then, his body trembled continuously as he clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Why? Why can't I awaken my bloodline? Ouyang Moli let out a low roar. But I can help you. Lu Ming continued. His words made Ouyang Moli's body tremble again. His eyes shone with a bright light. It was the light of hope. Then, with a bang, Ouyang Moli knelt in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Master? I didn't say I would take you as my disciple. Lu Ming touched his nose, feeling a little speechless. As long as you can help me awaken my bloodline, you will be my master. One Ouyang Moli said with determination. You don't have to be my disciple. I'll make a decision after I help you awaken your bloodline. If you meet the conditions, I can take you in as a disciple on behalf of another senior. Lu Ming said. Many thanks. Senior. Ouyang Moli replied. Follow me. Lu Ming walked toward his room with Ouyang Moli following him. Soon, they arrived at Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming waved his hand and brought Ouyang Moli into the mountain and river diagram. They arrived at the top of a mountain. Ouyang Moli looked at him curiously. This is the treasure of the abode. Sit down cross-legged first, it'll help you awaken your bloodline. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Moli nodded and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on Ouyang Moli's body continuously. Streams of saint energy surged into Ouyang Moli's body. Then, layers of saint energy wrapped around Ouyang Moli, stimulating the blood in his body and helping him to awaken the power of his blood. Buzz. Not long after, Ouyang Moli's spine began to emit a blood-red light. As time passed, the blood-red light became more and more intense. Finally, a black vortex appeared and floated above Ouyang Moli's head. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes burst out with a bright light as he stared at the vortex. Reincarnation. It really is the reincarnation bloodline and the reincarnation body. Lu Ming mumbled to himself in amazement. The bloodline that Ouyang Moli had awakened was the reincarnation bloodline. As he cultivated in the future, his body would transform into the reincarnation body. Once he broke through to the sage realm, he would be able to control the law of reincarnation. This was a rare heaven's favorite, one of the sons of God, the son of Samsara. Like Lu Xiangxiang, he was born with a living body and could control the laws of life in the future. The life law and the reincarnation law were both among the 10 strongest laws. Lu Ming had never expected to meet a son of God here. It was no wonder that the reincarnation halberd had been shaking non-stop. It was obvious that the reincarnation halberd had sensed Ouyang Moli's physique. I'm really lucky. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He had agreed to help the reincarnation emperor find an inheritor, and the son of reincarnation was the best inheritor. Bloodline. I've awakened my bloodline. I've finally awakened my bloodline. At this moment, Ouyang Moli felt the awakening of his bloodline and cried out in excitement. For so many years, no matter how hard he cultivated, he couldn't awaken his bloodline. He was called trash. He had once thought that he was a good for nothing, and if not for his strong willpower, he would have given up on the path of martial arts. Now that his bloodline had finally awakened, how could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? After a long while, Ouyang Moli finally calmed down. He knelt down in front of Lu Ming and said, "Disciple greets master. Your master is not me. I will pass on the inheritance of another person to you. That person is your master." Lu Ming said. "No, in my heart, I only recognize you as my master. You are the one who gave me the grace of rebirth, and no one can compare to this grace." Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with determination. "Are you sure? That person is a great emperor expert." Lu Ming said. "The great emperor?" Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with shock. The great emperor was the peak expert of the world. The heavenly emperor was only a legend. The great emperor was the peak. Lu Ming was going to pass on the legacy of a great emperor to him? But very quickly, his eyes became determined again. "In my heart, you are my master." Chapter 1832, Lu Ming's second true disciple. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Ouyang Moli knew how to repay kindness. He had a good character and was to his liking. "All right, since you insist on taking me as your master, I'll take you in as my disciple." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. The scion of samsara was a rare existence in the world. Since ancient times, there had only been a handful of such prodigies. Lu Ming was also very tempted. He pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "However, I will still pass on the inheritance of that senior to you. You must also respect that senior as your master, understand?" Lu Ming said. "Master." Ouyang Moli was overjoyed. "I understand. Master." Get up." Lu Ming instructed and Ouyang Moli stood up obediently. "Before you, I've already taken in 2 in-name disciples and 1 true disciple. In the future, you'll be ranked second among the true disciples. Do you understand?" Lu Ming continued. "Understood, master." Ouyang Moli said respectfully. Let's talk about you. Your surname is Ouyang, so you should be a member of the divine Yuan Empire's royal family. Why did those people treat you like that?" Lu Ming asked. Since he had accepted Ouyang Moli as his disciple, he naturally had to understand his situation. "Master, although member of the imperial family, only a branch of the imperial family." Following that, Ouyang Moli began to explain. The Divine Origin Empire's Ouyang royal family had developed and multiplied for countless years, giving birth to countless branches. Their population was already so large that it was hard to imagine. Ouyang Moli was from one of the branches. However, a few years ago, his parents were killed by the Daluo Heaven sect while they were cultivating outside. Now, he was the only one left in his branch. In the past few years, he had relied on his identity as a descendant of the Ouyang family to obtain a job in the palace. Unfortunately, he had not been able to awaken his bloodline. After so many years of hard work, he had only reached the warrior realm. Furthermore, he was all alone, so he was often bullied by others. He had always been patient, hoping that one day he would awaken his bloodline and soar into the sky. At the same time, he would avenge his parents. This time, due to his hard work, the higher-ups had rewarded him with a stabilizing pill. He hoped to use this stabilizing pill to awaken his bloodline, but he was surrounded by the yellow-robed youth and the others, who wanted to snatch his stabilizing pill. The yellow-robed youth and the others were also from the Ouyang royal family. However, they were able to awaken their bloodline, so their cultivation was naturally far above Ouyang Moli's. Lu Ming nodded silently. Such things happened all the time in the entire Yuan continent. Wasn't he the same back then? Fortunately, Lu Ming had discovered him this time. Otherwise, an unparalleled genius would have been buried. In fact, this world had never lacked heaven's favorites. It just depended on whether they could be discovered. Since ancient times, there had been countless heaven's favorites who had been buried. Some physiques and geniuses had been outstanding since young and had displayed rare talents. Naturally, they would not be buried. They would be discovered by important people and focused on training. However, there were some physiques and bloodlines that were hidden and could not be developed without a strong support. For example, Ouyang Moli's reincarnation bloodline was hidden. Moreover, he was from a branch of the Ouyang imperial family, so no one paid attention to him. Others would think that he was a good-for-nothing. If he had not met Lu Ming this time and the reincarnation halberd had a reaction, Lu Ming would not have discovered him. If this continued, in a few more decades, this peerless genius would be buried. Therefore, some powerful forces would send experts to travel the world in search of heaven's favorites. Back then, wasn't Qiu Yue discovered by the only divine temple's powerhouse in this way? In the future, if I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely find the Daluo heaven's sect and avenge my parents. Ouyang Moli clenched his fists tightly. Then you have to cultivate well. I'll pass on an inheritance to you first. Sit tight. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli sat down immediately. Then, Lu Ming took out the world core of the reincarnation emperor and sealed it in Ouyang Moli's sea of consciousness with his powerful cultivation. Ouyang Moli's entire body immediately emitted a black light. A vortex spun non-stop above his head. It was as black as ink, as if it was leading to the abyss of hell. Buzz. Not long after, the vortex suddenly trembled and split into two. After a while, another vortex split out and became 3 vortexes. Every time the vortex split, Ouyang Moli's aura would increase. Just like that, a few hours later, a total of 6 vortexes appeared above Ouyang Moli's head. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes glistening. This was the true 6 paths reincarnation bloodline. Mo Li's cultivation has already reached the martial king realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Ouyang Moli had only just started to merge with the world core of the reincarnation emperor, but his cultivation had already increased explosively, reaching the martial king realm. After another 2 hours, Ouyang Moli finally opened his eyes. My cultivation, Ouyang Moli could feel the endless power in his body, and his eyes were filled with shock. Mo Li, you've just fused with the world core, and your cultivation has skyrocketed. However, you can't lose yourself. During this time, you'll stay in my mountain and river diagram and familiarize yourself with your own power. Don't increase your cultivation for now. Lu Ming urged. It wasn't a good thing for his cultivation to rise too quickly. He had to stabilize his foundation. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli bowed and accepted the order. Okay, you should cultivate well. If you have any problems, you can find me at any time. Also, this reincarnation halberd is for you to use. Lu Ming took out the reincarnation halberd and handed it to Ouyang Moli. Naturally, Ouyang Moli was grateful. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to the path understanding ancient tree and quietly studied the chaotic finger of tribulation. Time passed day by day. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would go to the array world and watch Ouyang Wushuang train the army. The 30,000-strong army was divided into 2 groups. One group had 25,000 people to continue practicing the Sky Tiger roaring formation. The other 5,000 people were taken away by Ouyang Wushuang to practice the true dragon battle formation in secret. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month training period was up. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa all entered the world of formations. They and Ouyang Wushuang were standing on high ground, and below them was the army of 30,000. Let's go. Under Ouyang Wushuang's command, the 30,000-strong army set off and rolled into the distance. At the same time, two other armies from two different directions also headed toward the center of the formation world. Not long after, the three armies met in the center of the formation world. The three armies formed a triangle, facing each other, and no one dared to make a move. To the left of Lu Ming's group was an army clad in purple armor. At a glance, it looked like a purple ocean. It was the army led by the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. On their right was an army in silver armor. It was the army led by Ouyang Wuji. Sixth brother, ninth brother, you'd better surrender. The position of crown prince will be mine this time. You can't compete with me. An overbearing voice came from the purple army. Chapter 1833, Attacking the First Prince's Camp, Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang murmured. On the side, the heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa had a serious look in their eyes. The first prince, Ouyang Wudao, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive, and he had the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He was the most promising candidate for the crown prince position. Big brother, it's not the Ouyang family's style to surrender before the battle. If Big brother wants to be the crown prince, then let us see if you have the strength to do so. Ouyang Wuji's voice came from the silver army. Big brother, if you want to become the crown prince and take control of the Xinyuan Empire, then show me your strength. Ouyang Wushuang also said. You're so stubborn. Ouyang Wudao's voice was very cold. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a purple robe, and was filled with dignity. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang thought that they could compete with the first prince just because they had the support of the only divine temple and the Purple Flame Villa. What a joke. I will make them regret this. A cold-looking young man beside Ouyang Wudao said. He was a heaven's favorite of the Daluo Heaven sect. He had a terrifying talent and was very famous in the ancient Sun sacred land. The three sides confronted each other, and no one made a move. All three sides had an army of 30,000, and their cultivations were all at the LV1 martial royal realm. Their strengths were almost the same, and no one had the confidence to fight the other two sides alone in a head-on battle. This meeting was just a test. After a while, the three forces retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the military camp. In the camp, Ouyang Wushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa gathered together to discuss a strategy. I think that the current plan is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We won't move and defend the camp. When the first prince and the sixth prince fight and both sides are injured, we can clean up the mess and take the first round. Xiao Mucheng, the leader of the Purple Flame Villa, said. Waiting for the other two sides to fight each other? Huh, what a joke. How can they be so stupid? I'm guessing they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two sides to fight so that they can reap the benefits. If this continues, it will only be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiao Mucheng's face sank and he said, Oh. Then what do you think we should do? Take the initiative and attack. Lu Ming said indifferently. Huh, taking the initiative to attack? What a joke. Lu Ming, although you're strong and I admire you, you're still a little weak when it comes to leading troops into battle. You just said that the other two parties are also waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits from the battle. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we will be helping the third party. You are contradicting yourself. Xiao Mucheng sneered. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa also sneered. I want to break the stalemate. If it continues, no one knows how long it will last. I want to end it quickly and win the first round. That's the way to go. Ming said. Win the first round? How to get it? I'm afraid that we'll be the first to be eliminated if we follow your method. Xiao Mucheng sneered. Ming casually glanced at Xiao Mucheng and then ignored him. He looked at Ouyang Wuxuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first, but we can't make it too obvious. We should send scouts to gather information first, and then attack in the dark. All right, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had come up with to curry favor with Lu Mingshang. Of course, he could not say it out now. If it were to spread, their plan would be ruined. Ninth prince, you can't do this. You'll definitely lose. Xiao Mucheng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, hoping to stop Ouyang Wuxuang. That's right. You can't do this. You're seeking your own destruction. Ninth prince, please reconsider. The other heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa also chimed in. Don't worry, everyone. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me. He said. Ouyang Wuxuang waved his hand. Ninth prince, if you lose in the first round, the rest will be difficult. Ninth prince, you have to think this through. Xiao Mucheng said with a sullen face. This prince's mind is set. Ouyang Wuxuang said. Since that's the case, we won't say anything more. It seems like the crown prince's position will fall into the hands of the first and sixth prince. Xiao Mucheng sighed. From the looks of it, they were definitely going to lose. Ouyang Wuxuang did not say much and immediately sent out scouts to find out about Ouyang Wudao's army. For the next few days, news about Ouyang Wudao kept coming in. For the past few days, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army had been stationed in the military camp without any unusual movements. In Ouyang Wudao's tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First Prince, the ninth prince has been sending scouts around the area to find out more about us. I'm afraid they're going to take action soon. One of them reported to Ouyang Wudao. I think the ninth prince is trying to ambush us. A sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Sneak attack us? Then let's beat him at his own game. Ninth brother, you're still too impulsive, haha. Ouyang Wudao burst out laughing. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a stalemate for 7 days. On the night of the 7th day, Ouyang Wuxuang sent a trusted aide to lead an army of 25,000 to Ouyang Wudao's camp. In the dead of the night, Ouyang Wuxuang's army arrived not far from the first prince's camp. From afar, it seemed very peaceful. Some people were resting, while others were patrolling. Charge! The commander was one of Ouyang Wuxuang's trusted men, called Luan Fei. With a wave of his hand, the army charged towards the first prince's camp at full speed. Not good, enemy attack. And NBSP those patrolling noticed the army and their expressions changed as they shouted. Kill, kill. Luan Fei roared and charged forward with his army. Those patrolling guards were killed and turned into rays of light, disappearing from this place. In the array world, once you were killed, you would leave this place. Before the end of this competition, you could not enter this place a second time. Charge in. Luan Fei roared as he led his army into the first prince's camp. Terrifying attacks converged together and exploded toward the tents. If there was anyone in the tent, they would have been blown to pieces. Boom! Boom! The tent exploded, but there was no one inside. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat! Frenzied Flight's expression changed as he roared. It's too late to find out now. Kill! The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Whoosh! 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 From the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward Ouyang Wuxuang's army. At the same time, countless attacks exploded down from the sky, blasting towards the army. Instantly, screams rang out as large swaths of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people had been killed. Kill! From all directions, there were figures, and all kinds of terrifying attacks poured towards them. They were like living targets. Chapter 1834. Chapter 1834. Betting on himself. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. Luan Fei roared and gathered his troops, wanting to form the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. Stop them. Ouyang Wudao's voice rang out again. Roar. Roar. Shocking roars rang out as Ouyang Wudao's army also formed into a formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rolled and a huge black turtle appeared. With one palm, a large number of people were slapped away. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. From the front and back, roars could be heard as an azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. For symbols formation. Frenzied Sword's face turned pale. The four symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When a great army joined forces, they would form the four symbols of heaven and earth. When they gathered together, their power would be extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. When the four divisions appeared, they completely separated Ouyang Wushuang's army. They were cut into pieces and it was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation. And NBSP, Sky Tiger Roar. Flying chaos roared as the separated army set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Instantly, Sky Tigers appeared, and there were more than 10 of them. However, the army had been split up, each fighting their own battles. The Heavenly Tiger Heaven Roaring formation that had been set up was much weaker, and was completely suppressed by the four symbols formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down. A Heaven Tiger was crushed. The soldiers who formed the Heaven Tiger formation screamed one after another. Many of them were killed and turned into light before disappearing. Even more people were injured, but the formation had been broken, so it was even more difficult to stop it. The phoenix opened its mouth, and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the white tiger were also doing the same. They were completely crushing and continuously harvesting lives. For a time, dense light shot into the sky, extremely bright. Damn it! Frenzied Flight roared and brought his men to charge forward. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were blocked in all directions and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000-man army had been completely annihilated, and it was the same for Frenzied Flight, who turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other hand, Ouyang Wudao's army had only lost less than 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, Ouyang Wushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many people did you kill? Ouyang Wudao asked. More than 25,000, ha ha ha, good. Even if ninth brother isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. He can only be an audience for this round. Ouyang Wudao laughed heartily. There would definitely be experts from the Xinyuan Empire paying attention to the formation world. In this battle, he had annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's 25,000 troops and held the initiative. Even if they did not fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. However, he wasn't going to let this stalemate continue. He was Ouyang Wudao, and he wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to use a crushing method to obtain the position of crown prince and shock the entire Xinyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize. Then, we will set off and take down Ouyang Wushuang's camp. Ouyang Wudao ordered. The powerhouses who were paying attention to this place would definitely give them a score. The greater the advantage they had, the higher the score would be. However, he did not notice that two figures were watching them from a distance. They were Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, Ouyang Wudao will definitely send his army to occupy our camp. Let's go back and retreat. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and the two of them left. As soon as they returned to the camp, Ouyang Wushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the camp. They headed to the edge of the camp. There was a valley there that was very well hidden. If the 5,000 soldiers entered, they would not be discovered without careful inspection. In a temporary cave abode in the valley, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered together again to discuss the military situation. I told you that plan wouldn't work, but the 9th prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have all been wiped out. We're going to lose this battle. Xiao Muqing sneered in disdain. That's right. We had good intentions, but the 9th prince refused to listen and used Lu Ming's plan instead. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Our strength is almost the same. If we win this round, we will have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, we will have almost no chance of winning with the help of the talents of the Daliao Heaven sect. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not even the end yet, and you're already so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at them and spoke indifferently. There are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other two sides? And we even lost our barracks. If nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely be last in this round. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh. Since that's the case, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How to bet? What are we betting on? Xiao Muqing's eyes flashed as he asked. I bet that we will win this round. If I lose, I will become your subordinate and listen to your orders. How about it? Lu Ming said. These words made the others reveal shocked expressions. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The eyes of the Purple Flame Villa's paragons were filled with a fiery light. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He could control the laws of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he were to grow up in the future, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. If such a person were to listen to them, it would be an irresistible temptation. All right, we agree. Xiao Muqing directly agreed. Don't agree so quickly. I haven't told you the conditions for your loss. If you lose, you have to obey me. At the very least, for the next 50 years, you have to obey me unconditionally. What do you think? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiao Muqing said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we have to listen to each other. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa flickered. Finally, they reached a consensus and nodded to each other. All right, we agree. Xiao Muqing said. They really could not think of any other way to win this round. From the current situation, they were definitely going to lose. They could not be a match for Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji. If he could get Lu Ming's loyalty, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the people of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were all very strong. Each of them had a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body. They had profound potential and would not be weak in the future. Most importantly, if he could get these geniuses to work for him, it would be the same as having the Purple Flame Villa in his hands. Chapter 1835. Chapter 1835, Strategizing. Alright, let's analyze the military situation now. After taking the blood oath, Lu Ming no longer paid attention to the people of the Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. At the three corners of the map, there were 3 dots of light, representing the military camps of 3 parties. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that it won't be long before Ouyang Wudao sends his army to occupy our camp. This way, Ouyang Wudao will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, Ouyang Wudao will still obtain victory. However, this is not what Ouyang Wuji wants to see. If he wants to fight against Ouyang Wudao, he has to achieve a certain level of success. Therefore, Ouyang Wuji will not give up on our military camp. If he can obtain one, he will definitely get a high score. Lu Ming explained, and everyone listened carefully. However, with Ouyang Wudao's overbearing character, how could he hand over the fat meat that's already in his mouth? Now that we're no longer a threat to him, we're just struggling at death's door in their eyes. Therefore, in the end, they'll definitely launch a decisive battle in our camp. We'll then be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. When they're both injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the complete plan. The previous sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to make the other two sides let down their guard against them. This way, the other two sides would have a chance to fight. All of this is just your conjecture. Your conjecture is perfect, but the truth is cruel. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh, really? Let's just watch the show. Ninth Prince, just send out scouts to keep an eye on the situation outside. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Indeed, not long after, Ouyang Wudao led his army and occupied their camp. Ninth brother ran pretty fast, but there are only a few thousand people left. There's no need to worry. They're just struggling on their last breaths. In the military camp, Ouyang Wudao said in disdain. The news of the battle between Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wudao had also reached Ouyang Wuji. In Ouyang Wuji's military camp, everyone was also in a meeting. Ouyang Wushuang is really stupid. He actually attacked Ouyang Wudao and was annihilated instead. This way, Ouyang Wudao gained the upper hand. How hateful. Ouyang Wuji said unhappily. Sixth Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Now, Ouyang Wushuang only has a few thousand people left. He abandoned the camp and fled, struggling on his last breath. He will definitely be the last one. There's no need to worry. And now, Ouyang Wudao has taken over Ouyang Wushuang's military camp with the battle merits of annihilating his 25,000-strong army. If this continues, the first place will definitely be his. Therefore, we can't give up on Ouyang Wushuang's military camp. As long as we can seize that military camp, we'll be able to compete with Ouyang Wudao in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to defeat Ouyang Wudao and obtain first place. Ouyang Wuji said. That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out our army and attack Ouyang Wushuang's camp in one fell swoop. The only heaven's favorite from the temple nodded. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand people to guard the camp. The rest of the army headed toward Ouyang Wushuang's camp. Not long after, Ouyang Wuji's army arrived near the camp. Thump. Boom. The sound of war drums reverberated in the military camp. Following that, a purple-colored army appeared in the air. The person in the lead was Ouyang Wudao. Sixth brother, I knew you would come. Ouyang Wudao spoke. Oh, really? It's a pity that you're only a small part of this army. As long as I can annihilate you and take this army, the final victory will be mine. Ouyang Wuji sneered as his eyes glowed with a fiery light. Is that so? Ouyang Wudao's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, the war drum sounded again. Roar! Roar! A roar came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the sky. Behind Ouyang Wudao, the army had set up a formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. For symbols formation, you've called everyone here. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. That's right, I'll annihilate all of your people here. Kill. Ouyang Wudao ordered. Set up the formation. Ouyang Wuji also gave the order. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji's army set up a formation and a huge mantis appeared. This was the mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the mantis were like two heavenly blades, extremely sharp. Kill! Kill! The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced towards the huge mantis. The huge mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The five giant beasts kept colliding with each other. Although the four symbols battle formation was powerful, it separated the number of people. Ouyang Wuji's formation, which consisted of nearly 30,000 people, was extremely powerful. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat each other. Now, Ouyang Wushuang was not a cause for concern. As long as they could defeat the other, they would gain the upper hand and obtain the first place. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Even in the middle of the battle, people were constantly dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this time, in a hidden valley, 5,000 soldiers had gathered and were ready to set out. Meanwhile, the scouts kept sending back news. Report. The first prince has already taken over our military camp. Report. The sixth prince has sent an army to attack our camp. Report. The sixth prince and the first prince have started fighting. The battle is brutal. As more and more news came, the faces of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa became uglier and uglier. It was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Even if the first prince and the sixth prince attack each other and injure each other, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the power to deal with them. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. Even if Lu Ming's speculation was correct, so what? In the end, they still had to rely on their true abilities. There were only 5,000 of them. It would be difficult to finish the battle. We'll know the result soon, so what's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. Such an expression gave the proud sons of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident that there was something that they did not know? Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's battle was getting more and more intense. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to kill each other's soldiers. The number of people on both sides was about the same. Ouyang Wudao had lost about 2,000 people previously, while Ouyang Wuji had left a portion of his men in the main camp. However, Ouyang Wudao's four symbols formation was indeed stronger. He slowly gained the upper hand. However, even though he gained the upper hand, he could not completely suppress them. The losses on both sides were increasing. Chapter 1836. Chapter 1836 Victory. The intense battle between the two sides continued for half an hour. Ouyang Wuji's side was gradually losing and the number of people he killed was increasing. He was starting to be suppressed by Ouyang Wudao. In the end, the battle formations of both sides collapsed and turned into a chaotic battle. However, Ouyang Wudao had the advantage in numbers and still had the upper hand. Kill! Suddenly, a battle cry came from behind. Thousands of soldiers in silver armor charged over. They were the thousands of people that Ouyang Wuji had left behind to guard the military camp. Since the start of the battle, he had deployed these thousands of people over. With the addition of thousands of fresh troops, Ouyang Wuji managed to turn the tables. Both sides once again entered a heated battle. On the battlefield, rays of light continuously shot up into the sky, creating a gorgeous and colorful scene. The number of people on both sides was getting smaller and smaller. Slowly, the number of people on both sides dropped below 10,000, then to 8,000, then to 7,000. When the number dropped to 5,000 to 6,000, the two sides finally stopped fighting. They slowly retreated and faced each other from a distance. Sixth brother, I won the first round. Ouyang Wudao spoke. In the first round, he had secured first place with his battle achievements. Ouyang Wuji was a little unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against Ouyang Wudao in this round. However, he could at least obtain second place. Although he was left with 5,000 to 6,000 men, he had killed a large number of Ouyang Wudao's soldiers and his battle merits were far above Ouyang Wushuang's. If he got second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds as long as he grasped the opportunity. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army, shaking the sky. Ouyang Wuji turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing toward them. Ouyang Wushuang, humph, he wants to take advantage of us and turn the tables. Big brother, why don't we join hands and completely destroy his hope? Ouyang Wuji sneered. Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, I'll completely destroy him. Ouyang Wudao coldly replied. He and Ouyang Wuji each had 5,000 to 6,000 men. Adding them together, they had more than 10,000 men. They could easily annihilate Ouyang Wuji's few thousand men. Thump. Thump. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army charged toward Ouyang Wushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A huge true dragon was formed in Ouyang Wushuang's army. This true dragon was blood-red and full of cold-killing intent. The true dragon was the first to charge toward Ouyang Wuji's army. If you want to attack me, I'll block you and surround you with Ouyang Wudao. We'll annihilate you in an instant. Ouyang Wuji laughed coldly. His army also formed a battle formation, and a mantis appeared. The blood-red true dragon and the mantis collided fiercely. However, the results shocked Ouyang Wuji. This was because the result of the collision was that the mantis formation on his side collapsed. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How did this happen? Ouyang Wuji roared in disbelief. How could the enemy's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle formation has always been powerful, and the other party has just experienced a bitter battle. Their true energy is not enough, and they are exhausted. Their combat power is less than half of their peak, so how can they fight against the true dragon battle formation? In the army, Ming sneered. If the other party was at their peak and had about the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle formation was, they would not be able to crush them. But now, the other party's exhausted army was completely crushed. The dragon's roars continued to ring out as the blood-red true dragon's claw struck out continuously. Large groups of Ouyang Wuji's army were annihilated, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Ouyang Wudao's army had also arrived. Roar. The blood-red true dragon changed its direction and charged toward Ouyang Wudao's army. Ouyang Wudao's army was also exhausted. Similar to Ouyang Wuji, after being attacked by the blood-red true dragon, their battle formation was also on the verge of collapse. Not good, retreat. Ouyang Wudao roared. Kill. How could Ouyang Wushuang let go of this opportunity? He led his army into a formation and charged into Ouyang Wudao's group. Every time the huge true dragon body attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. Ouyang Wuji, come and help. Ouyang Wudao roared. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji couldn't care about Ouyang Wudao. He gathered the remnants of his troops and quickly retreated. Damn it. We've been tricked. Ouyang Wudao howled. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? Ouyang Wushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation. However, the 20,000 troops from before did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the heavenly tiger roaring sky formation. From the beginning to the end, this had been a trap. The purpose was to make him and Ouyang Wuji fight each other. What a terrifying scheme. But at this time, he was already powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time he led his army to slaughter Ouyang Wushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time, he was the one being slaughtered. Ouyang Wushuang, they'll be waiting for you in the last 2 rounds. The crown prince's position is mine. Ouyang Wudao roared as he was grabbed by the blood-red dragon claw. His body exploded, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared. Along with Ouyang Wudao's death, Ouyang Wudao's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang shouted, and the army chased after Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji led his army and fled in a sorry state. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape in the end. Lu Ming and the rest caught up to them and annihilated them. In the end, Ouyang Wushuang's army was left with only 3,000 people. However, they had won and annihilated the other two sides. Without a doubt, the winner of this battle was Ouyang Wushuang. How did this happen? The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa turned pale. Although Ouyang Wushuang had won, their hearts had fallen to the bottom. They had lost the bet. From then on, they had to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had made a blood oath, and if they didn't obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons in the future. It would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation, and they might even go into Qi deviation. You've lost. Do you understand what to do now? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa. The paragon from the Purple Flame Villa had an ugly look on his face. His expression changed, but he did not dare to break his oath. He lowered his proud head and saluted Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang had secretly trained another group of troops and used other battle formations. It was no wonder that Ouyang Wushuang had been following Lu Ming's orders. This was clearly a trap for them to jump into, but they just jumped in. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I'll bear with it for now. After 50 years, I'll kill this Lu Ming to vent my anger. Xiao Muching comforted himself in his heart. The other heaven's favorites of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the Array world. As expected, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of the assessment. Ouyang Wushuang was first, Ouyang Wudao was second, and Ouyang Wuji was third. Chapter 1837. The second round. Ouyang Wushuang had annihilated the other two forces, so he naturally won the first place. Ouyang Wudao had the battle points from killing over 20,000 of Ouyang Wushuang's men and the battle points from his battle with Ouyang Wuji. He was ranked second, and Ouyang Wuji was naturally ranked last. After the rankings were announced, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In Ouyang Wudao's mansion, he smacked his palm heavily and a stone table was turned into ashes. This time, he had only gotten second place. His original goal was to get first place in all 3 rounds and win the Crown Prince position with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, First Prince. The second and third rounds will be based on battle prowess. We'll definitely help the First Prince obtain 2 victories in a row, and the position of Crown Prince will be yours. A genius of the Daluo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading an army and fighting. They could not display their advantage in combat strength. However, in the next 2 rounds, they would definitely take first place. I'll make Ouyang Wushuang pay for the next 2 rounds. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, Ouyang Wuji's angry roar could be heard from his mansion. Ouyang Wushuang, I will make you pay the price. Ouyang Wuji roared. In the first round, he had gotten 3rd place. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Unless he got first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope if he did not get first place even once. 6th Prince, don't worry. The only sacred hall will definitely help you get first place. The Soul Divine Temple's chosen, Yu Kuang, spoke. However, Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. It was not easy to get the first place since the first prince had the help of the Daluo Heaven sect. However, Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was in a celebratory mood. Ouyang Wushuang had taken the first place in the first round and occupied an advantageous position. As long as he won the first place in the next 2 rounds, the position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. As for the people from Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, they were naturally happy that they could rise to the top. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river diagram immediately after he returned. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the void of the mountain and river diagram, a figure was dancing. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, erupting with terrible power, as if everything could escape into samsara. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared, and a figure emerged. Master. Ouyang Moli appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the martial king realm. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had Ouyang Moli consolidated his cultivation, but he had also advanced to the peak of the martial king realm. This speed was simply shocking, even faster than Lu Xiangxiang. Of course, this was because Ouyang Moli had obtained the heart of the world from the reincarnation emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his speed would slowly slow down, but it would definitely not be slow. Of course, this was also due to Ouyang Moli's own hard work. Previously, he was called trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally worked hard in cultivation. Alright, your cultivation has stabilized. Go out for a walk. Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought Ouyang Moli out of the mountain and river diagram. However, he secretly left a mark in Ouyang Moli's body. Many thanks, Master. Ouyang Moli bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was going to take revenge on those who had humiliated him in the past. If there is kindness, there will be kindness. If there is hatred, there will be hatred. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Ouyang Moli was going to find trouble with the person who had humiliated him in the past. Hence, he had let Ouyang Mo go on purpose. Martial artists were particular about having a clear mind. After being bullied, they naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if their minds were not clear, it would leave a knot in their hearts, and how could they cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating quietly. Ouyang Moli only returned in the evening. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he had a feeling of exaltation. You finished your business? Lu Ming asked. Yes, it's done. But I only taught them a lesson and didn't kill them. Ouyang Moli replied. They don't deserve to die. Just teach them a lesson. You should go into the mountain and river diagram and cultivate. After a while, when I'm done here, I'll take you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and kept Ouyang Moli back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of the assessment. One day, Ouyang Wushuang brought Lu Ming, the dragon and the phoenix spirits, and the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people appeared in the air. The person in the lead had a burly figure and a domineering gaze. He was the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. Beside him, there were more than a dozen heaven's favorites. Each of them had a strong qi and blood. They were all heaven's favorites. Most of them were the talents of the Daluo heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But I'll be the first in the next 2 rounds. Ouyang Wudao spoke in an overbearing and confident manner. Big brother, let's see who wins and who loses with our hands. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Hee, ninth prince, just these people from the Purple Flame Villa? Where does your confidence come from? A white-robed young man beside the first prince spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. Bai Mu. The Purple Flame Villa's Xiao Mucheng and the others had ugly expressions, but when they looked at this white-clothed youth, their eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, another group of people appeared in the air. It was Ouyang Wuji and the only divine temple, as well as Mo Lang and the Golden Crow second prince. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy. He glanced at Ouyang Wushuang but didn't say anything. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming saw Qiu Yue in the crowd. Qiu Yue seemed to have regained her calmness. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently, her eyes cold. What's wrong with Qiu Yue? Did you really lose your memory? Lu Ming could not understand. He planned to go to the Soul Divine Temple after Ouyang Wushuang's matter was over. He wanted to find out what had happened to Qiu Yue. At this time, a few elders stepped through the air and stood high in the sky. Greetings, clan elder. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The elders of the Xinyuan Empire were definitely martial supremes. One of the old men waved his hand, and a warship appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge and covered a large shadow. Get on the warship. The second round of assessment isn't in the ancient Sun's sacred land. An old man said. Not in the ancient Sun sacred land? And NBSP many people were moved. The second round of the exam wasn't held in the ancient Sun sacred land. Where was it? Without thinking too much, everyone boarded the warship. Then, the warship broke through the sky and left. The speed of the warship controlled by a martial emperor expert was too shocking. In an instant, it had traveled 10,000 miles. Not long after, it had left the ancient Sun's sacred land and headed north. Are we going to the land of myriad demons from this direction? Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Chapter 1838. Chapter 1838. Killing their way into the Blood Soul Sect. Ancient Moon Holy Land and Ancient Sun Holy Land were located at the edge of Yuan Mountain, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. Ancient Moon Holy Land was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the Endless Sea. The ancient Yang's sacred land was close to the north, and if one kept going up, they would reach the land of 10,000 demons, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. The land of myriad demons was a holy land for demonic cultivators. It was filled with countless demonic cultivators, and there were even ancient demon clans. Its overall strength was even stronger than the Yuan Mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demonic chi began to appear in the world. This place was already at the border between the Yuan Mountain and the land of myriad devils. At this moment, the warship stopped. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't enter the land of myriad demons. There were countless demonic cultivators in the land of infinite demons, and there were even ancient demons. They were very powerful. If they went in, they would be in great danger. If they met those ancient demons, they would be killed immediately. There's a sect up ahead called the Blood Soul Sect. Their cultivation methods are brutal, and they secretly use the blood and souls of ordinary people to cultivate. Countless ordinary people have died at their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest are the absolute saints in the Great Perfection realm. There are also some experts in the Initial Perfection realm. Previously, we had Emperor-ranked experts who secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to obtain these marks, regardless of the method you use. An old man explained. With a wave of his hand, crystal balls appeared in the air. Then, these crystal balls flew towards everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you're within 1,000 meters, you'll be able to sense the existence of the mark. Moreover, as long as you kill the person with the mark, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the mark. Remember, only the person who kills the person can obtain the mark. Whoever kills the person will obtain it. In the end, whoever obtains the most marks will win. The old man continued to explain. A total of 12 marks. Everyone's heart moved. There were a total of 12 of them. Each of them was extremely precious and could decide the outcome of the battle. Now, you can set off, no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is only in the absolute saint realm. Let's kill our way in. Let's go. A ferocious look flashed in Ouyang Wudao's eyes. He flew into the Blood Soul Sect's gate first, followed by the elites of the Daluo Heaven sect. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao and the others charged over and were naturally discovered. Someone immediately shouted. The person who killed you, kill, die. Ouyang Wudao shouted and punched out. The people in front of him were killed instantly. Ouyang Wudao and the elites of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed into the Blood Soul sect like a sharp knife. They directly charged in. Ouyang Wushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly and use the crystal ball to sense the imprints. Then, they would secretly snatch the imprints. However, after Ouyang Wudao's actions, it was no longer possible to sneak in secretly. "Well, charge in from the other side," Lu Ming said. Then, they headed to the right and charged out from the other side of the Blood Soul sect. Ouyang Wuji led his men and charged from the left. Now, he had no idea who had the mark on them, so he could only try his luck. Mount Shuihun had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a wide area and had tens of thousands of disciples. But at this moment, the entire Blood Soul sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul sect. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Figures rose into the air from the dozen mountains of the Blood Soul sect and flew in all directions. "There are enemies here." Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Instantly, a large number of figures rushed toward them, and all kinds of terrifying attacks flooded toward them. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The most powerful ones were only great saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the rest rushed past and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, they had killed more than 100 people. They didn't stop as they charged into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. No one could stop them. At this moment, everyone noticed that their crystal balls were flashing with light. "There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was overjoyed. "Over there." Someone pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a group of people. One of them was a burly man with a faintly discernible mark on his body. This mark would only appear when he sensed the crystal ball. Normally, it couldn't be seen. "Kill them," the burly man roared. A group of people charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were in the Great Saint realm, and the burly man was in the Great Saint Perfection realm. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 holy weapons flew out and turned into a bright light, attacking the other party. The holy weapon killed the experts of the Blood Soul sect wherever it passed. How can he be so strong? "Retreat." The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He swung his absolute saint weapon, and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ninth Prince, I'll let you kill this person," Lu Ming said. Although it was the same for whoever obtained the imprint, if Ouyang Wushuang obtained it, his weight would undoubtedly be greater. In the eyes of the Divine Yuan Empire's elders, Ouyang Wushuang would have a better impression of him. Therefore, he would let Ouyang Wushuang kill those that he could kill. Boom! Ouyang Wushuang took a step forward and threw out a palm. The sky and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm power broke through all the attacks and defenses of his opponent. The burly man's body was torn into pieces before he could even scream. Ouyang Wushuang's talent and combat strength were absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the identity of Hunyuan Sect's silver inheritor. As soon as the burly man died, a mark flew out and into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The first mark was a good start. Then, the group continued to charge toward the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. When Lu Ming and the group rushed past a mountain peak, the crystal ball reacted again. "Another mark has appeared. It's that old man," someone shouted. He saw a thin old man with a mark on his body. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the group. His body plunged into the ground and disappeared. "Not good, he's trying to escape underground." Someone's expression changed. "Leave it to me." Lu Ming's body also rushed to the ground. The law of chaos had transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out from the ground again. There was an additional mark in the crystal ball in his hand. After that, everyone continued on their way. They had no idea who had the marks on their bodies. These marks had been planted by a martial emperor powerhouse at will. It could be someone with a strong or weak cultivation base. Therefore, they could only find them by constantly searching. Chapter 1839. Chapter 1839. Fighting for the seal. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on his body. The moment this young man discovered Lu Ming and the rest, he did not fight at all. He turned and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. With a single move, he turned into a bloody shadow and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Kill! Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. Their terrifying attacks covered the area in front of them, and the blood shadows cast by the young man were all shattered. The young man turned pale with fright and fled frantically. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming and the rest? He would be chased down very soon. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and rumbled toward the crowd. Absolute Saint, leave it to me. A supreme saint in the great circle of the Purple Flame Villa rushed into the sky. His hand was covered in flames, and it seemed like he was holding a huge meteorite. He smashed it toward the bloody handprint. With a violent boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. In the sky, an old man in a blood-red robe appeared. He looked at the proud son of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A person in the great circle of the great saint realm could actually exchange blows with him. His combat strength was shocking. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my blood soul sect? The blood-robed elder said in a deep voice. You've committed too many evil deeds. Everyone has the right to punish you. Today is the day of your death. The other supreme talents from the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. They all had terrifying flames around them as they attacked the Absolute Saint. This Absolute Saint was at a complete disadvantage and was in danger. These geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa all had medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies. Once they reached the perfected Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary lower-tier Absolute Saint. Moreover, it was a joint effort of several people. As for Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others, they charged toward the young man. Without a doubt, the young man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. The Absolute Saint was also killed by the Purple Flame Villa elites. Then, they continued to search, but they seemed to have run out of luck. They crossed a few mountains and killed a few Absolute Saints along the way, but they didn't find the 4th mark. Brother Lu Ming, there's someone over there. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. The small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. He could not sense any life aura thither. However, Bubbles controlled the space-time laws and could travel through space. It should not be wrong to sense someone. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a force of his fist was directed at the small hill. The small hill immediately exploded. In the midst of the smoke and dust, he saw an old man flying into the distance in a panic. An Absolute Saint. He has a mark on his body. Someone shouted. Don't let him get away. Lu Ming was the first to give chase. The rest of the people also chased after the elder. As he chased, all kinds of attacks poured towards the old man. Although the elder was an Absolute Saint, he was no match for so many people. He spat out blood and ran like crazy. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front of him were Ouyang Wuji and the heaven's favorites he brought with him. This person has a mark on his body. Kill him. Ouyang Wuji also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He immediately roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Not good. Ouyang Wuji and the others are going to fight with us for it. One of the Purple Flame Villa's heaven's favorites had an ugly expression on his face. Bubble, stop them. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Leave it to me. Pow Pow flew out. With a wave of her little hands, ripples appeared in the space. Ouyang Wuji and the others were flying at high speed, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it, spatial laws, break for me. Ouyang Wuji roared as he unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted the space in front of him. However, this space also contained the law of time. Their attacks could only shake the space but could not break it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the ninth prince, and the others charged toward the elder at the absolute saint stage. Chaos finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger out. A terrifying finger condensed and crushed towards the other party. And NBSP the elder's body exuded a pitch-black aura that converged into an evil ghost that pounced at the primal chaos tribulation finger. But the finger crushed the evil ghost and forced it to retreat. Chaotic heaven and earth. Ouyang Wushuang arrived and struck out with both palms. Everything became chaotic as the terrifying palm force blasted towards the old man. They did not show any mercy. The entire blood soul sect cultivated with the blood soul of ordinary people. Countless people had died at their hands. They were extremely vicious and deserved to be killed. Ouyang Wushuang's palm force almost tore his opponent's body apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. What powerful combat strength! He has a superior grade heavenly spiritual body and one of the King Path laws, the law of chaos. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ouyang Wushuang's cultivation base was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but his combat strength was amazing. His spiritual body was a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he also controlled the King Path law. He was indeed worthy of being the silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. None of them were simple. Damn it, hurry up and attack, hurry. On the other side, Ouyang Wushuang shouted. If the old man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang or Lu Ming, they would not have a share. Ice seal. A delicate shout rang out, and a terrifying chill filled the air, as if it was going to seal everything in ice. It was Qiu Yue. At this moment, Qiu Yue seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress, and there was a curved blade in her hand that emitted a terrifying coldness. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into pieces of ice crystals that were about to break. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. I can't hold on any longer, Chirpy. Peoba cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts by herself. Chaos finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger again. He used almost all his strength. The other party tried his best to resist, but as the finger force crushed over, the other party still spat out a large mouthful of blood. The bones in his body crackled, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. Then, the attacks from Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many heaven's favorites, the other party couldn't resist at all. With a scream, he was turned into ashes by the attacks. A mark flew out and entered Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubble, retreat. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then, Bubbles moved and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Ouyang Wushuang, you're courting death. Ouyang Wuji roared as his eyes turned red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each of them was very precious. Now, he had to watch Ouyang Wushuang get one. He was furious. Let's go. Ouyang Wushuang shouted and led everyone away. Chapter 1840. The key mark. This round's main objective was to find the imprints and obtain them. Since the imprints were already obtained by the other party, even if they killed the other party, they would not be able to take them back. Hence, there was no need to fight Ouyang Wuji head-on. Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, Ouyang Wuji's expression was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming and blocked them with the space law. Otherwise, Ouyang Wushuang might not have been able to obtain the mark. I just saw that Ouyang Wushuang already has 3 marks. Lu Ming also has 1. Yushu walked to Ouyang Wuji's side and said. This made Ouyang Wuji's expression even uglier. Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already obtained 4 marks. 12 marks took up 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 marks. If they had obtained the previous one, they might have been able to fight for it. But now, it was difficult. If he lost again in this round, he would have no fate with the position of Crown Prince. I wonder how many imprints Ouyang Wudao has obtained? Someone said. Let's continue our search. Let's go. Ouyang Wuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they really did run into a person with a mark. His cultivation was at the lower tier of the Absolute Saint realm, but he was quickly severely injured by their combined forces. Don't kill him yet, just cripple his cultivation. Ouyang Wuji said before crippling his cultivation. Why not? Someone asked. Let's keep it first. Well, make a decision later based on the situation. Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed coldly as he kept the man into his Grotto Heaven treasure. Although Grotto Heaven treasures were precious, geniuses like them who came from powerful forces naturally had no lack of them. After keeping it, they continued their search. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were also looking for it. However, after obtaining the 4th mark, they did not encounter anyone with a mark after going around in a big circle. There were a total of 12 of them, and as time passed, they would surely become fewer and fewer. It would also become more and more difficult to encounter them. Don't tell me there's no more. Someone said. No, if all 12 marks were obtained, the clan elder would definitely remind us and not let us continue searching like this. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then, everyone continued their search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed, and those with weaker cultivation were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. The Blood Soul sect's strength, if placed in the Azure continent, was stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Azure continent. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xinyuan Empire. This was how the world of martial Dao worked. The strong lived, and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks. They did everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent boom came from the front, and terrifying beams of light shot into the sky. Someone was fighting. Let's go take a look. Ouyang Wushuang sent a message to everyone. Then, everyone concealed their aura and moved forward. They climbed up a huge mountain and hid behind a huge rock as they looked forward. In front of them, a group of people were attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the Absolute Saint realm. This was the first time they'd encountered a late-stage Absolute Saint in the Blood Soul sect. The ones attacking him were the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, and the Heaven's favorites who helped him. A total of more than 10 Heaven's favorites surrounded the middle-aged man. Among them, Ouyang Wudao and a white-robed young man were the strongest. The 2 of them were the main attackers while the others supported them. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth are both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed young man, Bai Mu, were both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. Although the laws they controlled were not the King Path laws, they were still extremely powerful laws. Their combat strength was shocking. The 2 of them joined forces and fought against the middle-aged man. With the help of the other heaven's favorites, the middle-aged man was no match for him. He was suppressed and his death was only a matter of time. There's a mark on that person's body. The eyes of Lu Ming and the group lit up. What should we do? Ouyang Wudao and the people he brought with him are too powerful. Someone asked. Just Ouyang Wudao and Bai Mu alone had astonishing combat strength. Apart from Ouyang Wushuang, there was probably no one who could defeat them. Although Lu Ming was strong, in the eyes of the others, he might not be a match for either Ouyang Wudao or Bai Mu. The other geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect were almost all medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. This force was too strong. They were no match for it if they tried to snatch it by force. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. They currently had 4 marks. If they could obtain 1 more, or 5 marks, they would have a much higher chance of winning. If they won first place again in this round, there would be no need to compete in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my blood soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. He was already injured, and his death was only a matter of time. He was shocked and furious. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were all young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Great Saint Realm or the Great Saint Perfection Realm. Their combat strength was also amazing. Almost all of them could fight above their level. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? You don't have the right to know who we are. Kill. Ouyang Wudao was incomparably tyrannical, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. His violent attacks were like a violent storm as he attacked his opponent. The attacks of the others also poured toward the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to block, some of the attacks still landed on his body. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good, the other party is about to be killed. The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa changed. You guys stay here and don't move. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Wushuang and the others. Then, he sank into the ground and completely concealed his aura. He headed toward the battlefield silently. In a short while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injuries were even more serious and he could be killed at any moment. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Buzz. Bubbles circulated the space-time law and Lu Ming's body distorted like waves of water. He disappeared like an illusion. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared directly beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao shouted when he noticed Lu Ming's sudden appearance. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a holy weapon flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and was about to block it when he heard Lu Ming mumble explode. Chapter 1841, Chapter 1841 Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It was an absolute saint weapon, and it exploded. The terrifying power swept through the middle-aged man. Chaos Finger. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He used all his strength in this one finger. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the self-destruction of an absolute saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the chaotic finger, he was unable to withstand it at all. His body immediately exploded and his soul was scattered. After Lu Ming attacked with the chaos finger of calamity, Bubbles immediately took action and cast the space-time law. Lu Ming's figure turned illusory again. Damn it, kill! Ouyang Wudao howled madly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. However, when the attack landed, Lu Ming's figure dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment, his figure had already left the battlefield. And in his crystal ball, there was another mark. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubbles for help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he self-destructed an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the Chaos Finger of Calamity. Then, he retreated with Bubbles' help. All of this happened in an instant. However, in that instant, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged man and seized the mark. "Brat, you're looking for death." Ouyang Wudao bellowed in rage. He stepped into the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch his mark. He was simply courting death. The rest of them followed Ouyang Wudao and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's figure reappeared in the distance, near Ouyang Wushuang and the others. "Remember the seal, let's go," Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. "Ouyang Wushuang, get back here," Ouyang Wudao shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told Ouyang Wushuang to roll back and he would roll back. Laughable. Ouyang Wushuang's disdainful voice was heard as he flew forward with all his might. "All 12 marks have appeared. The test is over. Come out now." At that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was the voice of the Divine Origin Empire's elder. "All 12 marks have appeared. Damn it." Ouyang Wudao stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on him, which was a third of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either Ouyang Wushuang or Ouyang Wuji had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each of them had 4 marks, it would only be a draw. He didn't want a tie, but first. This made him hate Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang even more. If he had obtained the mark just now, he would have 5 marks and would have the upper hand. Now, he could only hope that he would have 4 marks for each of the 12. "It's over, let's go out." Ouyang Wushuang and the others flew out. "Huh, we have 5 marks. We have a high chance of winning." A heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. The chances of winning with 5 marks were indeed very high. As long as Ouyang Wuji obtained 3 marks, Ouyang Wudao would only have 4 marks, and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would be Ouyang Wushuang's. They flew out at top speed. Ouyang Wudao led his men and flew out with a gloomy face. However, on the way, he met Ouyang Wuji and the heaven's favorites from the Soul Divine Temple. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost. He had no chance at all. He had no fate with the position of Crown Prince. "Ouyang Wuji, how many marks did you get?" Ouyang Wudao looked at Ouyang Wuji nervously. He hoped that Ouyang Wuji had also obtained 4 marks. This way, this round would be a draw. 3. Ouyang Wuji's words caused Ouyang Wudao's face to pale. Ouyang Wuji had obtained 3. Did that not mean that Ouyang Wushuang had obtained 5 and won first place? In this way, Ouyang Wushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need to compete in the last round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it. The killing intent in Ouyang Wudao's eyes intensified. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not made a move and snatched the last mark, he would have won. At that moment, he hated Lu Ming to the core. "Ouyang Wudao, how about we join forces?" Ouyang Wuji said, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. How could it be so easy for Ouyang Wushuang to seize the position of Crown Prince? Join forces? What's the point of joining forces now? Ouyang Wushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. The victory is set. Ouyang Wudao said unwillingly. Not necessarily. Ouyang Wuji smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, an old man appeared. This person has a mark on his body, but one kept it and didn't kill him. I'll leave it to you now. Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright radiance. He had never expected that Ouyang Wuji would actually leave one person alive. Since you're helping me like this, what's the request? Ouyang Wudao asked. I don't have any requests. One just don't want Ouyang Wushuang to become the crown prince. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. In any case, he had no hope of getting it, but Ouyang Wushuang could forget about getting it either. Whoosh! Ouyang Wudao stepped forward and struck out with his palm, killing the elder. Instantly, the number of imprints on his side increased to 5. Good, ha! Ouyang Wudao was overjoyed. In this case, he and Ouyang Wushuang had tied for this round. Then, they would decide the winner in the third round. If he were to get first place in the third round and Ouyang Wushuang was last, the crown prince position would be his. Then let's let Ouyang Wushuang get the last place in the third round. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Haha. Sixth brother, I won't forget you if one take control of the Xinyuan Empire. Ouyang Wudao laughed. Then, the group flew out. When they left the Blood Soul sect, they discovered that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already arrived. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming with cold killing intent. Alright, everyone's here. Take out your crystal balls and let's see what you've got. A clan elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. Ouyang Wushuang had 3 marks and Lu Ming had 2, so there were 5 marks in total. 5, not bad. The clan elder nodded and looked at Ouyang Wudao and the others. Ouyang Wudao and the others also took out their crystal balls. It's also 5. The faces of Ouyang Wushuang and the others changed. He did not expect Ouyang Wudao to obtain 5 of them. In that case, Ouyang Wuji would have obtained 2. Damn it. How could Ouyang Wuji be so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. If Ouyang Wuji had obtained 3, they would have won. However, they did not expect Ouyang Wuji to be so useless as to only obtain 2 marks. Chapter 1842, Great Sage Great Mastery, what did you just say? Ouyang Wuji heard his words as well. He looked coldly at the Heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa, but why would he be afraid of him? He looked at Ouyang Wuji with a cold smile. This made Ouyang Wuji's expression even uglier. You guys can be smug. In the third round, it'll make you guys die miserably. Ouyang Wuji was filled with hatred. Alright, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang have tied for this round of assessment. You can go back and rest. The third round of assessment will begin in 7 days. A clan elder announced before summoning a warship. Everyone boarded the warship and returned to the Xinyuan imperial capital half a day later. After returning to Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone went back. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. My cultivation is about to break through. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. Now, his cultivation was finally going to break through again. Lu Ming immediately took out a large number of raw gemstones and placed them at the side. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura rose sharply. A strong suction force came from his body. The raw gemstones exploded one after another, turning into rolling raw energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down after half a day. Great Sage, Great Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation had broken through to the Great Sage upper tier, and his combat strength had improved again. He was more confident about the third round. Following that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the third round of the assessment had arrived. This time, they met up in an empty space outside the Divine Origin Imperial capital. There was a huge mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge flag fluttering in the wind. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wuji, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The third round of the examination is very simple. It's to snatch the military flag. Whoever can snatch that flag will be first. In the process, any means can be used. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any method could be used. In other words, this round didn't restrict killing. A cold killing intent flashed in Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's eyes as they swept their gazes over Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest. However, the journey from here to the peak of the mountain has been filled with many formations, so it won't be smooth sailing. Alright, now, you will stand in 3 positions. The clan elder announced. In an instant, their figures flickered, and the 3 parties each stood in 3 different positions. Lady Qiu Yue, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you kill him. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji sent a message to Qiu Yue. I'm here to help you win the crown prince's position, not to help you kill people. Qiu Yue said coldly. Lu Ming has been going against us time and time again. Otherwise, one wouldn't have ended up like this. Since you're here to help me, listen to me this once. That Lu Ming must die. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Qiu Yue frowned. Junior sister Qiu Yue, the 6th prince is right. That Lu Ming has no respect for our soul divine temple at all. Not only has he injured a few junior brothers, but he has also completely disrupted our plans. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to our elders when we return. Yu Shu said from the side. That's right, junior sister Qiu Yue. Your combat strength is the strongest among us. You're more than capable of killing Lu Ming. The rest of the people from the divine temple also chimed in. Alright, leave Lu Ming to me. Qiu Yue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ouyang Wuji and the others were overjoyed. Let's start. At this moment, the voice of the clan elder rang out. Let's go. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the 3 groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Sword gleams formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Each sword light was extremely terrifying and had the power of a supreme saint. There were a lot of them, hundreds of them. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched attacks one after another, shattering the sword gleam. However, there were countless inscriptions in the air. There were also all sorts of attacks like vines, flames, and lightning that blasted towards them. This greatly reduced their speed. They joined forces to break through the attack and flew forward. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and the others were also attacked by the formation, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. If they wanted to pose a threat to them, the power of these formations was not enough. The 3 groups of people were like 3 owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Ouyang Wudao was the fastest. With the help of the paragons of the Daluo Heaven sect, Ouyang Wudao's overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them. All of a sudden, Ouyang Wuji and his men changed their direction and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrifying attacks poured down on them. Lu Ming and the group retaliated and destroyed the attacks one by one. However, as a result, their advance was blocked while Ouyang Wudao was getting closer and closer to the mountain. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Obviously, Ouyang Wuji was here to stall Lu Ming and the rest so that Ouyang Wudao could get first place. Ouyang, the 2 of us will charge out. Lu Ming sent a message to Ouyang Wushuang. Charge. Ouyang Wushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palm strikes. The terrifying palm force broke through the attacks and rushed out of the encirclement toward the mountain. Lu Ming threw a punch and a vacuum tunnel appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So strong. Ouyang Wuji and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming seemed to have become stronger. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed out. Meanwhile, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses did not move. Instead, they fought against Ouyang Wuji's men. Stop them. Ouyang Wuji shouted. Whoosh. A beam of white light shot out. As the white light passed by, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed towards Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the scimitar. The scimitar trembled and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. Ice seal. Qiu Yue waved her hand and the scimitar danced in the air. It emitted an even more terrifying cold current and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch, and the boundless energy hit the scimitar, sending it flying again. However, there was indeed a terrifying cold current that extended up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on it. And NBSP primal chaos laws began to revolve, and with a shake, the layer of frost was shaken off. Chapter 1843. Chapter 1843 Fighting Qiu Yue, Yin and Yang. Qiu Yue shouted. At this moment, the cold qi in her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side of her body emitted a hot qi. At the same time, a fiery red scimitar flew out, and the terrifying heat wave burned and distorted the space. Buzz! Buzz! One of the two scimitars was emitting a cold air while the other was emitting a hot air. They slashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and the hot collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted toward Lu Ming. This energy was very terrifying. It had the power to destroy, and even Lu Ming felt a sense of danger. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and struck the energy. A crackling sound was heard and the two scimitars were knocked back by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming felt his fingers go numb. Waves of destructive energy were about to annihilate him. If not for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the great sage mastery, he might not have been a match for them. A superior grade heavenly spiritual body, and one of the King Path laws, the law of Yin and Yang. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Qiu Yue was worthy of being chosen by the only divine temple. She had brought the only divine temple from the divine wilderness. Her talent and potential were shocking. Not only did she control the laws of the King Path, her spiritual body was also a high-tier heaven spiritual body. Her cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the great saint realm. This level of combat strength was even stronger than Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wudao, and the others. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling also had such talent, but their cultivation was not at the great saint perfection. Yin-Yang convergence, die. Qiu Yue shouted. Two streams of air burst out from her body. One was hot and one was cold, one was yin and one was yang. They collided with each other and formed a terrifying destructive force. Qiu Yue, Im Lu Ming. Im your young master. You said that you'll serve me for the rest of my life. Have you forgotten? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder in spring, ringing in Qiu Yue's ears. Qiu Yue frowned and shouted, shameless brat, are you trying to lie to me again? Can't you change to something new? Kill. The two scimitars spun rapidly like a storm and came for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi formation disc appeared. A Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern was formed and it suppressed Qiu Yue. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi pattern collided with the two scimitars, producing a dull boom. At the same time, Lu Ming's punches were like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow. While Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were clashing, Ouyang Wushuang had also encountered a strong enemy. Ouyang Wudao charged toward Ouyang Wushuang, and the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Ouyang Wushuang had mastered the King Path law and was more talented. However, Ouyang Wudao's cultivation was stronger. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed toward the mountain. Bubble, go and snatch that flag. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. The bubble flew off from Lu Ming's shoulder. Its petite figure flickered and it flew towards the mountain at top speed. The array was almost useless against the bubble. After a while, Bubbles had almost caught up with the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. How is that possible? Is that the law of time and space? Go stop her. The elites of the Daluo Heaven sect exclaimed. Then, 2 or 3 of them rushed toward the bubble and attacked it with all kinds of attacks. Chirping, in a flash, Pow Pow's figure rippled through the air. By the time the attacks landed, she had already disappeared. In the next moment, she had passed by the few of them and was charging towards the mountain. Not good. The space-time laws are too strange. I can't attack her at all. Someone shouted anxiously. All of you, attack. Use the laws to block the void and stop her. Bai Mu shouted and suddenly changed his direction. A terrifying power of law bloomed and covered the sky, locking the void with the power of law. The other paragons attacked at the same time. All sorts of nomological laws were like chains that locked down the void. Peopeo's figure flickered continuously. However, with the void being sealed, she was unable to rush over. I'm switching sides, Bubble's tender voice was heard. She moved her body and wanted to charge in another direction. However, there were too many of them. There were more than a dozen heaven's favorites and most of them were great saints in the Great Perfection realm. With more than a dozen of them joining forces, the laws were confined in all directions and they completely blocked Bubble's escape route. Let's join hands and take her down. Bai Mu gave the order, and the power of law burst forth. More than a dozen people joined forces in an attempt to take down Bubbles. Bubbles' figure flickered unsteadily, and the space around her flickered. It would not be easy for the other party to take her down. For a time, the two sides were in a stalemate. The battle between Lu Ming and Qiu Yue was getting more and more intense. Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about Li Ping and Lu Yuntian? Have you forgotten about the Lu family? Lu Ming shouted as he attacked, hoping to awaken Qiu Yue's memory. Shut up. Qiu Yue shouted as her brows furrowed. The laws of yin and yang represented the foundation of the world. Even among the laws of King Dao, it was extremely terrifying. The cold current collided with the scorching heat, producing a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw 3 consecutive punches and blocked Qiu Yue's attack. Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about the mystical sword sect? Have you forgotten about the Burning Sun Empire? Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about Yuehuan Mountain and Emerald Lake? Lu Ming kept shouting, telling Qiu Yue some of the things that she was most familiar with and experienced the most. Qiu Yue's eyes kept changing, as if she was trying to grasp something. But he couldn't catch it. Nonsense. I'll kill you, die. Qiu Yue shouted and 2 curved daggers slashed at Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, then I'll let you kill me. At this moment, Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos laws. He let the 2 curved daggers slash at him. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming, but he did not move. He looked at Qiu Yue with a gentle gaze, just like how he did in the past. At this moment, Qiu Yue's heart trembled. She subconsciously retracted her force. However, the speed of the 2 curved daggers was too fast. Although she had retracted most of her force, they did not stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. Blood gushed out. The 2 scimitars sank deep into Lu Ming's shoulders and went straight through his bones. Blood stained Lu Ming's long robe. Qiu Yue was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming in a daze and said, "You. Why didn't you dodge? Why should one hide? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, then one will let you kill me. One only hope that you can remember. Lu Ming said gently. You. Is everything you've said true? Qiu Yue's eyes were filled with confusion. Of course it's true. Lu Ming, your young master. We've been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you're wearing was a gift from my mother. Do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Buzz. Buzz. The two scimitars flew from Lu Ming's shoulders and disappeared into Qiu Yue's body. Qiu Yue's gaze fell on the jade pendant around her neck. This was the jade pendant that she had always worn on her body. Chapter 1844, The One and Only Temple, Lu Ming, Young Master, the Lu Family, Madam. Why? Why can't I remember anything? Why? Qiu Yue mumbled to herself. The confusion in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, her face revealed a pained expression. Why? Why? I'm going to ask my master. I'm going to ask my master, Qiu Yue suddenly shouted and flew up into the sky. She broke through the layers of formations and left the place in a flash. Junior sister, you should die, you Shu of the Soul Divine Temple shouted angrily. Qiu Yue, I will definitely find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. The wound on his shoulder was squirming rapidly and healing rapidly. Qiu Yue had absorbed most of the energy earlier, so his injuries were not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spirit body, he had basically recovered in a few breaths. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the bubbles. He then took a step forward and dashed toward the bubbles like lightning. Runes appeared and attacks were launched at Lu Ming, but they were all broken by him. Get lost. 11 Lu Ming approached him and activated the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed a huge finger at the Daluo Heaven sect's paragon with an amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daluo Heaven sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not able to resist and were blown away by Lu Ming. With that, Rh encirclement was broken, and with a flash, Pow Pow charged out of the encirclement. Bubble, go and get the flag. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming said. All right. With a flash, Pow Pow charged towards the peak of the mountain. Stop him. Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of them. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, suppressing the group of Daluo Heaven sect's talents. Boom. Boom. Each of Lu Ming's attacks weighed hundreds of millions of caddies and had the power to suppress the heavens. The paragons of the Daluo Heaven sect were sent flying one by one, blood spilling from their mouths. Kill. Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body, and his combat power was far above other heaven's favorites of the same level. For example, Wan Jingyang, Mo Lang, and the Golden Crow's second prince, they would probably be easily crushed by Bai Mu. Before Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation, he might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had a breakthrough in his cultivation and his combat strength had increased greatly. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 to 8 steps. The Son of Chaos is indeed astonishingly strong. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again. Lu Ming's fists kept punching out, and pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared, suppressing the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect and blocking their way. Meanwhile, in a flash, Peo's figure was about to fly up to the peak of the mountain. No, Ouyang Wudao bellowed. His eyes were bloodshot, unable to accept this fact. Ouyang Wuji felt the same way. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never thought that he and Ouyang Wudao couldn't stop Ouyang Wushuang even when they joined forces. They were extremely unwilling, but they could not stop it. They could only watch as the bubble approached the flag quickly. Then, Bubbles grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it out. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's hearts sank as well. All right. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were ecstatic. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. The crowd retreated and stopped the battle. Ouyang Wudao's gaze was extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles. In the second and third round of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Pao Pao. If it were not for them, Ouyang Wushuang would not have been his match. He still did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would really be so angry that he would vomit blood. Buzz. Buzz. A few elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared in the sky. The array in the area was hidden. The test is over. Combining the results of the 3 rounds, Ouyang Wushuang is the champion. He will be promoted to the Crown Prince in 3 days. An elder announced. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji clenched their fists tightly and were filled with hatred. From now on, they were going to be trampled under Ouyang Wushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was naturally in a celebratory mood and a banquet was held for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xinyuan Empire held the Crown Prince's promotion ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the Only Divine Temple sent people to congratulate them, but the Daluo Heaven sect did not. After the ceremony, Ouyang Wushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. However, Lu Ming had another goal now. He had to figure out what exactly had happened to Qiu Yue. How could he help Qiu Yue recover? Therefore, on the 7th day after Ouyang Wushuang became the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang went to the only sacred hall together. The only holy temple was an ancient palace. It was suspended in the sky and was surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that extended down from the only holy temple, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang landed on the steps and stepped up. Soon, they had reached tens of thousands of steps. However, they were blocked by 2 people at the top of the steps. Who are you? This is the only sacred hall, and you are not allowed to barge in. The 2 of them were the guards. One of them opened his mouth, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Im Ouyang Wushuang, and one have something to ask of Senior Ice Screen. Ouyang Wushuang cupped his fists. Bing Mu was Qiu Yue's master. He was the one who had brought Qiu Yue from the divine wilderness. Ouyang Wushuang? So it's Crown Prince Xinyuan. I've been disrespectful. The 2 guards' expressions changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xinyuan Empire, they could ignore him. However, the Crown Prince was different. He would rule the Xinyuan Empire in the future and become a hegemon. His status was completely different from that of an ordinary prince. Please wait a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass the message now. One of the guards said. Wait, we can't let them in. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yushu, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The person in the lead was Yushu. The others were all extraordinary geniuses. The 2 guards saluted Yushu and the others. It was obvious that Yushu's status in the only holy temple was not low. Oh, so it's Prince Wushuang. What are you doing here at our sole divine temple? Yushu asked with a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Ice Screen. Ouyang Wushuang tried to be patient and repeated it. Meet the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder? I advise you to go back. Do you think the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder is someone you can meet whenever you want? Yushu said indifferently. You can go and pass on the message. Senior Ice Screen will decide whether to see or not. Lu Ming said. Pass on the message? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is in seclusion and won't see anyone. You can leave. Yushu's face darkened as she chided. If Senior Ice Screen is not free today, then one will come again tomorrow. If you are not free tomorrow, then I will come again the day after. One day, Senior Ice Screen will be free. Lu Ming said. Chapter 1845, The Truth Behind Qiu Yue's Memory Loss. Lu Ming, why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think that I don't know what you're here for. You're trying to get close to junior sister Qiu Yue, but let me tell you, she's already taken, so don't bother her anymore. Yushu berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and tried to talk to the other party nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. His overwhelming aura pressed toward Yushu. Yushu's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "What are you trying to do? How dare you try to break into my only sacred hall? Men, kill this person." During the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, he had suffered at Lu Ming's hands time and time again. He had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally had to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yushu's voice rang out, a few powerful auras burst out from the only sacred hall. A few figures flew through the air and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a river of laws. They were all Emperor-to-be figures. Stop! At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was filled with supreme authority. Yushu, the young men, and the Emperor-to-be all changed their expressions. They stopped and bowed to the depths of the sacred hall, saying, "Ice Screen Grand Elder. Bring Lu Ming in to see me." The voice rang out again. Yushu's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the Grand Elder of the Ice Curtain had found out about the situation. "Brat, you've gone far today." Yushu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming coldly and then left. "Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain wants to see you," one of the guards said. "Ouyang, you can go back first. There's no need to wait for me," Lu Ming told Ouyang Wushuang. "No rush, I can wait here." Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, around, the other party would have some reservations. Lu Ming did not say much. He and the gatekeeper walked toward the depths of the only holy temple. The only sacred hall was surrounded by many halls, and they couldn't see the end of it. They bypassed many halls and came to a small hall. "This is the residence of the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder. You may enter." After the guard finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back and his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and came behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Ice Screen. MMH." The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. "I heard that you said that you were Qiu Yue's young master during the Xinyuan Empire's examination. Is that true?" The middle-aged lady spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. It was as if he would be turned into ashes with just a thought from the other party. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his Buddha's subconscious reaction. This beautiful middle-aged woman was definitely an extremely terrifying person. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that everything about him had been seen through. If he lied, he had no doubt that the other party would kill him immediately. "Senior, everything Junior has said is true. Junior comes from the Divine Wilderness Continent's Blazing Sun Empire's Lu family. Back then, when Senior took Qiu Yue away from the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? In the Divine Wilderness, the only one in the world." Lu Ming replied in a humble manner. A hint of surprise flashed through Bing Mu's eyes, but his gaze became even colder. "LT, seems like you're right. So, you're here to take Qiu Yue away and make her your maid again?" "Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Qiu Yue as a servant. I've grown up with Qiu Yue and I've always treated Qiu Yue as my family," Lu Ming replied. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the aura on Ice Screen's body was retracted, and a hint of warmth appeared on her face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam engine had put Lu Ming under terrifying pressure. The ice curtain sized Lu Ming up curiously. "One really never expected that you would be able to walk out of the divine wilderness and achieve such an achievement." She already knew that Lu Ming was taking the examination in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Qiu Yue? Regarding this, she was really surprised. Lu Ming could actually walk out of the divine wilderness and come to the Yuan continent. Furthermore, he had such shocking achievements, suppressing many of the geniuses of the ancient Yang Holy Land. This was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took Qiu Yue away, she left behind the 8 words in the divine wilderness, the only one in the world. She had just said it casually, but she did not expect that someone would really find her. "Senior is too kind, Junior was just lucky," Lu Ming said humbly. "Luck? Hee, I've never heard of anyone who can reach this stage by relying on luck." "Alright, did you come to me this time to ask about Qiu Yue?" Ice Screen said. "That's right, Senior. Why did Qiu Yue completely forget about me? And when I mentioned what happened back then, she also completely forgot about it? What happened to Qiu Yue?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. "Qiu Yue's memory was taken away." Ice Curtain sighed. "What? His memories were taken away?" Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? However, he could even take away memories. What kind of method was this? That's right. He's Luo Zhangqiong, the #1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. He has a king's body and controls the law of deprivation, one of the laws of the king path. He can deprive everything, even his memories. Ice Screen said. Why? Why would they do that? Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. Because Luo Zhangqiong likes Qiu Yue and has been pursuing her. But Qiu Yue already has someone in her heart, and that person is you. She always believes that you will come to her, so why would she care about Luo Zhangqiong's pursuit? So, in a fit of anger, Luo Zhangqiong took away all of Qiu Yue's memories from before. All of her memories regarding the divine wilderness continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of the Yuan continent. He wanted Qiu Yue to forget you and accept him. The ice curtain revealed the truth. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and a cold killing intent emanated from him. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Qiu Yue's memory was actually taken away by someone else, and the reason was that Qiu Yue already had someone in her heart. It was simply laughable and simply deserving of death. Senior, as Qiu Yue's master, aren't you going to take revenge for her? Lu Ming looked straight at the ice screen, a faint trace of anger in his eyes. Of course one want to take revenge for Qiu Yue. One once went to the Daluo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Zhangqiong's grandfather was a great sovereign. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Zhangqiong relied on his grandfather's status as a great sovereign to act lawlessly, but no one dared to touch him. The ice curtain spoke, her voice filled with helplessness. Chapter 1846, Qiu Yue 1's Master's Helplessness, Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Luo Zhangqiong's grandfather was actually a great sovereign. In today's world, as long as the Heavenly Emperor didn't appear, the Great Emperor was at the peak. What kind of person was a Great Emperor? He controlled the Great Tao, his small world could give birth to living beings, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. No matter how strong a true emperor was, they would probably be killed by a great emperor with a single slap. There were only a few emperors in the entire Yuan Mountain. Each one of them was a person who could shake the entire Yuan Mountain with a stomp of their feet. Legend had it that the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was founded by a few great emperors. It was because of this that the entire region was stirred up. All the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain region were gathering towards the Heavenly Emperor City, wanting to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. One could see how terrifying a great emperor was. And Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was actually a great sovereign. No wonder Lawless dared to take away Qiu Yue's memory. Lu Ming also remembered that Ouyang Wushuang had told him that Qiu Yue's master had attacked the Daluo Heaven sect for some unknown reason, but had retreated silently in the end. It was obviously because of Qiu Yue. I also want to avenge Qiu Yue, but if one do, the entire sacred hall will be buried with her. Bing Mu continued, his voice filled with helplessness. Luo Tsangxiong. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Ice Curtain didn't dare to kill him, but he did. Qiu Yue, that girl, is very attached to you. Before she lost her memory, she could not forget you. She hopes that you will come and find her, or that her cultivation will be successful and she will head to the divine wilderness to meet you. I heard that during the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, Qiu Yue was very emotional when she saw you. Perhaps, if she is with you for a long time, she might really recover her memories. How about you spend more time with Qiu Yue? Ice Screen said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. No need to thank me. One also hoped that Qiu Yue can recover her memory. Her life will not be perfect if she loses a part of her memory. It will be difficult for her to reach the peak of her martial arts. Bing Mu sighed. The cultivation of martial arts was about having a clear mind. However, if a memory was missing in one's life, everyone would miss it and have a knot in their heart. How could one's mind be clear? It would be difficult to reach the peak in the end. Therefore, the Ice Curtain also hoped that Qiu Yue could regain her memory. For this period of time, you will live in the One Divine Palace. I will arrange a place for you to stay and spend more time with Qiu Yue. How about it? Ice Screen said. Thank you, Senior. One will do my best to help Qiu Yue regain her memories. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Then, Ice Curtain asked someone to bring Lu Ming to a courtyard. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Wushuang, telling him to return first and stay in the Soul Sanctuary for a period of time. Not long after, a figure stepped into the courtyard. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Obviously, the Ice Curtain had also told Qiu Yue to stay in this courtyard so that the two of them could spend more time together, hoping that Qiu Yue would remember the past. Buzz. Qiu Yue waved her hand, and a snow-white scimitar appeared, emitting a bone-chilling cold. You really know me? What you told me back then, was it true? Qiu Yue said coldly. Of course it's true, every word is true. Lu Ming said. One hope it's true. If I find out in the future that everything you said was a lie and that you're only using this reason to get close to me, 111 definitely kill you. Qiu Yue said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Qiu Yue had thought that he was trying to get close to her on purpose. However, with Qiu Yue's looks and talent, it was normal for some people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I'm lying to you, just kill me. Just like last time, one won't fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Qiu Yue's cold aura finally dissipated and the ice scimitar disappeared. She glanced at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, You. Are your injuries okay? It's okay, it doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're so glib-tongued. I don't think you're a good person either. Qiu Yue snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. This girl's personality had changed a lot after she lost her memory. Qiu Yue, let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. Yes, go ahead. Qiu Yue nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard and Lu Ming began to talk about the past in detail. Qiu Yue frowned and seemed to be in deep thought. Every time he talked about something important, Qiu Yue would have some reaction. Her eyes would flash with a look of contemplation and confusion. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the only holy temple and spent time with Qiu Yue. They often talked about the past, from when Qiu Yue was young to after she was taken away. They talked about everything. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This kind of interaction had some effect. Qiu Yue said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was difficult to capture. However, Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Qiu Yue would remember the past sooner or later. In a palace, Yu Shu was discussing some matters with a few young men with a gloomy face. I don't know what the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is thinking. He actually allowed Lu Ming and junior sister Qiu Yue to live in the same courtyard and spend time with each other. How despicable. Yu Shu slammed the table and said hatefully. That kid Lu Ming said many times in the Xinyuan Empire that he knows junior sister Qiu Yue and that he's her young master or something. Could it be true? A young man said. It's possible. Junior sister Qiu Yue's heart used to belong to someone, so Luo Zhangqiong took away her memory. It's probably Lu Ming. That's why the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Screen let Lu Ming and Qiu Yue live together, hoping that Qiu Yue can regain her memory. The other young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Zhangqiong know about it. Yu Shu said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Senior brother Yu, you're so smart. If Luo Zhangqiong knew about this, he would definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. He. Yu Shu also laughed. Then, they sent someone to pass the news to the Daliao Heaven sect. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the only holy temple. The leader of the group was a young man with a cold expression. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his gaze was sharp like lightning. Behind the young man were a few elders, all of whom exuded powerful auras. When ordinary people arrived at the one and only sacred palace, they would have to land on the ground and climb up the stairs step by step to show respect to the one and only sacred palace. However, these people directly flew up, bypassing the stairs and flying towards the one and only sacred palace. Everyone, please wait. The 2 guards blocked the group's path. Get lost. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. Everyone, this is the only sacred palace. Who are you? If you want to see anyone, one can pass the message on your behalf. One of the guards said. Chapter 1847. Chapter 1847. Bathing the king physique. The only temple guard saw that these people had extraordinary auras and did not dare to offend them. He asked carefully. Luo Pokong of the Daliao Heaven sect. The young man in the lead said indifferently. You're Luo Pokong? The guard's expression changed drastically. The Daliao Heaven sect had 2 kings in the younger generation. There were 2 heaven's favorites who had mastered the king path laws. One of them was Luo Zhangqiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's status in the Daliao Heaven sect was second only to Luo Zhangqiong. Everyone in the ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Brother Luo, welcome. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. At this time, a laugh was heard. Yu Shu and a few young men stepped on the air and came over. Yu Shu, there's a kid called Lu Ming. Is he in your one and only holy temple? Luo Pokong asked. That's right, he's at the one and only sacred hall. If Brother Luo needs him, one can take you there. Yu Shu said with a smile. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. Please. Yushu led Luo Pokong and the others to Lu Ming's residence. At this moment, in the courtyard where Lu Ming lived, he was chatting with Qiu Yue about the past. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people stepped on the air and stopped above the courtyard, looking down at Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Luo Pokong. Qiu Yue's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong's eyes swept across Qiu Yue and then landed on Lu Ming. Boy, you're Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming responded. Very good. Do you know that Qiu Yue is my brother Luo Kangqiang's woman? You dare to have any thoughts about her? I think you're tired of living. Saint power surged from Luo Pokong's body, forming a powerful aura that pressed toward Lu Ming. Nonsense. When did I become Luo Kangqiang's woman? You tell him that it's impossible between us. Qiu Yue shouted. This made Luo Pokong squint his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Did you hear that? Qiu Yue denied it herself, but that Luo Zhangqiong keeps sticking to her. Isn't it embarrassing? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living. Luo Pokong shouted, and his cold killing intent bloomed. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Arrogant. Lil cripple you now. Luo Pokong's gaze was cold. His aura grew stronger and enveloped Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat strength. He could defeat a sovereign with a superior class celestial spiritual body in the Daluo Heaven sect. However, his combat strength was not something that a superior grade heavenly spiritual body could compare to. His own spiritual body was also a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he had mastered the laws of the king path. His cultivation was at the great saint perfection. With such talent, he was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Why would he care about Lu Ming? Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Die. Qiu Yue shouted coldly as her two curved blades flew out. The laws of yin and yang revolved around her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiu Yue's talent was not inferior to his. He was not confident that he could fight her. Lu Ming, it seems like you can only hide behind a woman. Luo Pokong sneered and revealed a mocking expression. You don't need to use such a low-level goading method. However, I really don't need the help of others to deal with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy. His body soared into the sky, and a long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifyingly sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming is definitely not Luo Pokong's match. He's dead for sure in this battle. Yushu sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the top of the younger generation. His spirit body and laws were at the top. No one could defeat him in a battle of RH same level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the laws of chaos, his cultivation was so far behind. It was impossible for him to be Luo Pokong's match. Although Luo Zhangqiong didn't come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. Die, die. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. With a shake of his long spear, a terrifying spear radiance burst out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed, and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. He held an absolute holy weapon in his hand and slashed. Clang! The combat sword slashed at the spear's gleam and a terrifying vibration was produced. The spear's gleam was shattered by the combat sword, but the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand also shook violently. What a powerful penetrating power. This is the penetrating law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a type of king path law. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could block it. It was extremely terrifying. Let's see how many shots you can take. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled and hundreds of spear lights emerged. They made a sharp whistling sound and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought, more than 100 holy weapons shot out from around him. Each holy weapon was shrouded in the laws of chaos, and they bombarded the spear radiance. Bang! 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 The sound of the violent collision reverberated through the sky. Then, Lu Ming's more than 100 saint weapons were all knocked back. However, the saint weapons were shrouded in the laws of chaos, which blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice to fight with someone who controlled the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure neared Luo Pokong. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out with both fists. Pieces of the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary shadow emerged and pressed toward Luo Pokong. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to thrust out. The spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary image. The prison-suppressing steel's shadow was pierced through and exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to swing his fist and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel kept appearing. The two of them clashed fiercely. The air was boiling, and the battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. A destructive attack. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience. He let out a long howl and circulated his saint energy to the extreme. He became one with his spear and turned into a terrifying spear radiance, stabbing toward Lu Ming. This was a terrifying sacred art that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The illusionary shadow of the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had blasted out exploded and was pierced through. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming also cast his remarkable power and pointed his finger. The light of chaos curled around his finger and pressed down on his opponent. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger and the spear light clashed, creating a massive storm that spread in all directions. In the end, the chaotic finger of tribulation crumbled, but the spear radiance of the other party also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure. He retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. Two rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then, Lu Ming's holy weapons charged at Luo Pokong again. Luo Pokong endured the piercing pain in his soul. He waved his long spear and blocked all of Lu Ming's holy weapons. Chapter 1848, Chapter 1848 Soul Recovery Pill. However, Lu Ming's holy weapon was sent flying back. Under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly toward Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the prison-destructive divine art and punched continuously with both fists. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. For a moment, Luo Pokong was at a disadvantage. How is that possible? Yu Shu and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and was beginning to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the Great Sage Accomplished Realm, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was at the Great Sage Accomplished Realm. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of God really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred hall. Many people in the sky were watching and were shocked. Luo Pokong let out a long howl. He was extremely furious as he exerted all his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his penetrating law was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. It could not penetrate Lu Ming's chaos law. Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming muttered. Then, dense runes emerged on Luo Pokong's long spear and covered his entire body. The sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Just now, Lu Ming had applied the law of array Dao on each of his holy weapons. As the holy weapons continued to collide with Luo Pokong, the seal scroll was quietly activated. At this time, it exploded and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked. He exerted all his strength and struggled with all his might. A terrifying penetrating power burst forth, hoping to break the seal. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted as he continued to circulate the divine sword technique. At the same time, he cast the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. Lu Ming's current mastery of the chaos finger tribulation was close to 60%. Its power was shocking. With one finger, mountains and rivers were shattered. Boom! The finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck Luo Pokong's body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was sent flying, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had been severely injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He continued to step forward and charged towards Luo Pokong. How audacious! An old man who had followed Luo Pokong here shouted and struck out a huge palm print at Lu Ming. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had no choice but to retreat with all his might to avoid the palm print. You're just a supreme saint. How dare you hurt the sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect? Who gave you the guts? I'll cripple you first. At this moment, another elder spoke coldly. He took a step forward and a huge foot formed in the sky, stomping down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. He could not move his body at all. Even a bubble could not break the space and take him away. A martial supreme. The old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daluo Heaven sect. It was extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only temple, a martial emperor powerhouse wanted to attack Lu Ming directly. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a wave of energy rippled out like a wave. However, the huge foot dissipated into nothingness under this wave of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The people from the only divine temple all bowed to this person. Master. Qiu Yue also bowed to this person. The person who had suddenly appeared was Qiu Yue's master, Bing Mu. It's too much for a martial supreme like you to fight with the younger generation. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave. The ice curtain said indifferently. Senior Ice Screen, young Master Tsangxiong has personally asked for this kid. We must take him away today. The martial sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Get lost, you're courting death. Bing Mu suddenly shouted as a terrifying aura pressed down on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's expression changed drastically, and he was forced to retreat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the ice curtain in fear. The ice curtain was definitely a terrifying existence. It had lived for countless years and its cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to the Daluo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor didn't show up, Luo Tsangxiong would have been killed. The man's expression changed. He turned around and said, Young Master Pokong, let's go. Luo Pokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tsangxiong is exploring an ancient ruin. When he returns, it will be the time of your death. No one can save you. After saying that, he looked at the ice screen. In other words, if Luo Tsangxiong returned and wanted to lull Lu Ming, the ice curtain would not be able to protect him. Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was a great emperor. He was not Luo Kangqiang's brother, so he was not as tough as Luo Tsangxiong. After saying that, Luo Pokong and the people of the Daluo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This kid is so lucky. He's still fine even after this. Yu Shu was filled with hatred. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. It was the gaze of the ice curtain. I hope there won't be a next time. The ice curtain opened its mouth. Its voice was very calm, but it made Yu Shu's face turn pale in an instant, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Obviously, he had informed the Daluo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Qiu Yue, and the ice curtain had already known. His body trembled, and he didn't dare to say a word. Lu Ming's eyes swept coldly toward Yu Shu. It was not difficult to guess from the ice curtain's words that Yu Shu was the one who told them the secret. Otherwise, how would the people of Daluo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Divine Temple? Lu Ming, Qiu Yue, come with me. The ice screen turned around and left. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue followed closely behind and arrived at the palace where the ice screen was staying. Lu Ming, you and Qiu Yue should leave the ancient sun's sacred land and go to other places. It might help Qiu Yue recover her memory. Ice screen said. Luo Zhangxiong may not be able to kill me, said Lu Ming. He knew the meaning of the ice curtain. It was for him to avoid Luo Zhangxiong. Lu Ming, you may be powerful, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Luo Zhangxiong is a terrifying person. His spirit body and laws are top-notch, and he has long reached the absolute saint realm. You're not his match now. Luo Zhangxiong relies on the fact that his grandfather is a great emperor and that his grandfather is extremely protective of his own people. That's why this person is lawless. Even if you are in the only sacred temple or the Xinyuan Empire, you won't be safe. It's better to avoid him for the time being. Also, I know of an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help with the recovery of memories, but the ingredients required are too rare, especially the 3 main ingredients. I spent a lot of effort and only found one. Take a look. Ice Screen took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. This was an ancient medicinal formula that recorded the refining method of the soul recovery pill and the required materials. There were dozens of them. Lu Ming had never heard of 3 of the main materials. I have collected all the supplementary ingredients for the soul recovery pill. I have also collected one of the 3 main ingredients. They are all here. Take them. If you have the chance to collect the other 2 ingredients, you can make the soul recovery pill. There is a high chance that Qiu Yue's memory will be restored. Ice Screen took out another storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming took it and expressed his gratitude to the ice curtain. Chapter 1849. Chapter 1849 Savage Barren Ancient Realm. Lu Ming took the ice curtain storage ring and pondered. The Dian Elixir Palace had countless prescriptions and sacred elixirs. There were also descriptions of various precious materials and even their origins. Lu Ming thought that perhaps the Dian Elixir Palace had information on the other 2 materials to refine the soul recovery pill. Go, let's go out for a walk. Ice Curtain waved her hand. Senior, this junior will take his leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists. He planned to return to the Dian Elixir Palace first and take a look. Master, take care. Qiu Yue also bowed to the ice screen and left the one and only divine temple with Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to the Xinyuan Empire first. When Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling saw Lu Ming and Qiu Yue walking together, they were surprised. Especially Huang Ling, who had a complicated look in her eyes. After that, Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling bade farewell to Ouyang Wushuang. They brought Ouyang Moli along and stepped onto the teleportation formation, leaving the Xinyuan Empire. Not long after, they returned to ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming, the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute will be holding an official meeting in 2 months. Do you want to go? Huang Ling asked. One don't know. We'll see when the time comes. Qiu Yue has lost her memory, so we'll see if one can find the materials to refine the soul recovery pill. If I'm not around, you can go to Heavenly Emperor City first. Lu Ming said. He didn't hide Qiu Yue's matter from Long Chen and Feng Ling. All right. Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen nodded and returned to Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect respectively. Lu Ming brought Qiu Yue and Ouyang Moli back to the Dian Elixir Hall. "Junior brother, you're back." Just as he returned to the Dian Elixir Palace, he met Xuaningxin. Previously, Lu Ming had left Xuaningxin in the Dian Elixir Palace to cultivate with Uncle Kong. "Senior sister, are you used to living here?" Lu Ming smiled. It's all right." Xuaningxin nodded and looked at Qiu Yue and Ouyang Moli with a curious expression. "Let me introduce you." Lu Ming introduced them to each other. "What a powerful constitution." At this moment, an old voice rang out. Uncle Kong held onto his walking stick and slowly walked out. His eyes, however, landed on Ouyang Moli's body and were filled with shock. "Uncle Kong, he's my new disciple, Ouyang Moli." Lu Ming introduced. Good, this is a great opportunity, good." Uncle Kong sighed. Now that Ouyang Moli's bloodline had been awakened, with Uncle Kong's cultivation, he could naturally see that Ouyang Moli was extraordinary. "Uncle Kong, 111 leave Moli in the Great Yen Elixir Palace to cultivate in the future. I'll still need you to guide him," Lu Ming said. "All right, don't worry. These old bones of mine are idle anyway. One can still give them some pointers." Uncle Kong revealed a smile. Then, Lu Ming brought Qiu Yue and Ouyang Moli around the Dian Elixir Hall. The interior of the Dian Elixir Palace was huge. Other than the main hall, there were many smaller halls, secret chambers, alchemy rooms, and so on. After making a round, Lu Ming arranged rooms for Qiu Yue and the rest and came to a secret chamber. This secret chamber was filled with all kinds of pill recipes, formulas, and records of all kinds of precious sacred medicines and materials collected by the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There were storage rings placed there, and each storage ring contained a large number of jade tokens. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. This amount of work was huge because there were too many jade plates. After half a month, Lu Ming finally found the prescription for the soul recovery pill. There are records. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As the three main ingredients of the soul recovery pill were very rare, there were relevant information about the three main ingredients recorded on the book. For example, the location and the possibility of having such ingredients. The two main materials that Lu Ming was lacking were the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus and the Berserker Crystal. There are only two places that might have the Grand Astral Treasure Lotus. One is the Land of 10,000 Demons, and the other is the Land of 10,000 Demons. Lu Ming frowned. These two places weren't in Mount Yuan. They were too far away and were the other two places in the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. The records on this are from countless years ago. Perhaps there's also a Grand Astral Treasure Lotus in Mount Yuan. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and looked at the place where the Berserker Crystal might appear. There were three places where Berserker Crystals could appear. Two of them were not in Mount Yuan, and only one was there. Ancient Savage Barren Realm? The Savage Barren Ancient Realm to the north of Mount Yuan? Lu Ming muttered. He decided to make a trip to the Savage Barren Ancient Realm. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Uncle Kong and left Ouyang Moli and Xuaningxin to cultivate here. He and Qiu Yue went to the Phoenix Palace and used the teleportation array there to head to the Savage Barren Ancient region. However, the Savage Barren Ancient Realm was only a legendary place. It was impossible to directly teleport there. They were teleported to a sacred place in the north of Mount Yuan, then took a flying shuttle and flew in the direction of the legendary Savage Barren Ancient Realm. After flying for more than half a month, they arrived at a desolate mountain range. The ancient Savage Barren Realm is a place of ancient legends. Is it still there? Lu Ming had some doubts. However, since they were already here, they continued to search. After a few days, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The two of them landed outside the ancient city and saw two large words on the city gate, Barren City. What was the relationship between the Barren City and the ancient Savage Barren Realm? According to the legends, the ancient Savage Barren Realm should be in this area. The two of them decided to settle down in Barren City first and explore. The two of them walked into the city. This ancient city seemed to have experienced a long time, and the aura of the vicissitudes of time was everywhere. There were many people in the city. At a glance, most of them were cultivators with strong auras. There were many Saint Realm martial artists. The two of them found a restaurant and went to the third floor. They ordered some food and wine to see if they could hear any news. What a beautiful woman. Not far from Lu Ming and the rest, there was a table of people. One of the young men was looking at Qiu Yue with a burning gaze. She's indeed very beautiful. One wonder which family she's from. However, it's his fortune to have caught the young master's eye in Barren City. I'll call the girl over to have a drink with him. A thin middle-aged man laughed and flattered. All right. The young man nodded, his eyes burning with passion. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in the Barren City. He was tempted. The skinny middle-aged man chuckled and walked towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. He walked past Lu Ming and said to Qiu Yue, "Young lady, my young master invites you over for a drink. Come with me." There was a commanding tone in his voice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. It was as if Qiu Yue would definitely follow him if he said so. However, Qiu Yue just sat there without moving. Chapter 1850. The He family. The skinny middle-aged man took a few steps and realized that Qiu Yue didn't follow him. He stopped and turned to look at Qiu Yue. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Qiu Yue did not seem to see the skinny middle-aged man or hear his words. She was drinking by herself, and so was Lu Ming. They completely ignored the thin middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man's face turned even colder. He said, "You probably don't know my background. Let me tell you, I'm from the He family. My young master is Hementi of the He family, the #1 heaven's favorite in Barren City. Now, come with me." When he mentioned the He clan, the skinny middle-aged man had a smug look on his face, as if the He clan was very powerful. Get lost. However, the only reply he got was a cold voice from Qiu Yue. How audacious. The skinny middle-aged man shouted, bursting with cold killing intent. This woman actually dared to tell him to get lost after hearing his name. She was simply courting death. In Barren City, who didn't know about the He family? The He family was the most powerful force in Barren City. Hementi was the #1 genius in Barren City, and Hementi's father was the #1 master in Barren City. In Barren City, no one dared to disrespect the He family. But this woman actually told him to get lost? "If you don't want to go over, I'll take you over." The skinny middle-aged man shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. He stepped forward and his skinny hand reached for Qiu Yue's neck. He wanted to drag Qiu Yue to Hemert. However, before his palm could reach Qiu Yue's neck, his entire body froze. Then, his arm was covered in a layer of ice crystals, completely sealing his arm in ice. Furthermore, the ice crystals quickly spread from his arm to his entire body. The skinny middle-aged man revealed a look of fear and quickly retreated. With a miserable scream, his arm shattered like a piece of ice. "My arm!" The skinny middle-aged man let out a shrill scream. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. The other people who were eating and drinking looked at Qiu Yue in surprise. Where did such a young expert come from? Hago has the cultivation of an initial bright saint, but one of his arms has been crippled without him knowing. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This time, Hamilton is going to flip out. He won't let them off. That's right. Hamilton is Barren City's #1 prodigy. He has a low-class heavenly spiritual body and has already reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. That woman is in trouble. It's a pity that she lost such a beautiful face. Many people were discussing, but they kept their voices low as if they were afraid that Hamilton would hear them. As expected, the young man, Hamilton, suddenly stood up. He was full of cold killing intent as he stepped toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. It seems that you've never heard of my name? Do you know the consequences of hurting my Ha family? Hamlet said coldly. What bullshit, Ha family? It seems that you don't understand human language. One just told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said calmly. He did not even look at Hamilton and poured himself and Qiu Yue a glass of wine. Upon hearing this, Hamilton's face darkened. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from him. He glared at Lu Ming coldly. In the barren city, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Even the senior experts of the other forces had to give him face for the sake of his father. Now, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to insult the Ha family and him. He wanted to make Lu Ming regret it and kneel on the ground to beg him. The other people in the restaurant also felt their hearts tremble. They all thought that the young man was finished. He actually dared to say such things about Hammerty. His end would be extremely miserable. Brat, 111 make you wish you were dead. A sinister smile appeared on Hamilton's face. He took a step forward and moved like the wind, appearing beside Lu Ming. He swung his palm at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not seem to see it. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. When he saw that Hamilton's palm was about to hit his face, his chopsticks stabbed out like lightning. A shrill scream resounded through the restaurant. It was from Hammerty. One of his palms had been pierced by Lu Ming's chopsticks. Then, Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of minced meat. It seemed to have turned into the most terrifying hidden weapon and hit Hamilton's face. The laws and holy power that covered his body were as fragile as tofu. The minced meat penetrated through Hammerty's defense and created tiny bloody holes in his face. Hamlet retreated crazily, screeching miserably. His face was covered in blood, which made him look ferocious. The others in the restaurant gasped. They were shocked by Lu Ming's ability. Hamlet was Barren City's #1 genius. He had a low-tier heavenly spiritual body and his cultivation had reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. In Barren City, among the younger generation, no one could withstand one move from him. However, he was completely helpless in front of Lu Ming and was completely crushed by him. Moreover, he didn't look very old and belonged to the younger generation. Could he be a heaven's favorite from outside Barren City? Die. I want you to die. Hamlet shouted crazily. Blowing. Lu Ming shouted coldly and slapped across the air. A palm condensed with holy power slapped Hammerty's face across the air, sending him flying out of the restaurant. In the restaurant, the thin middle-aged man and Hamilton's other lackeys were pale and stunned. Get lost. If there's a next time, kill without mercy. Lu Ming glanced at the skinny middle-aged man and the rest as he spoke coldly. The skinny middle-aged man and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They rushed out of the restaurant in a hurry and escaped. You too, you'd better run. The Ha family won't let you off for treating Hammerty like this. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over and kindly reminded. Senior, how's the strength of this Ha family? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. There are 7 most powerful forces in Barren City, and the Ha family is the most powerful one. It is said that Hammerty's father has reached the Emperor-to-be realm, and is the most powerful master in Barren City. The old man said. Emperor-to-be realm? Lu Ming muttered, but his expression did not change. With Bubble's current strength and the profoundness of the space-time law, they might be able to escape from an Emperor-to-be. As long as there were no Emperor-level powerhouses, Lu Ming was not very worried. Senior, there's something one would like to ask you. Do you know of the ancient savage barren realm? Lu Ming asked. He had come here to search for the savage barren ancient realm, and this was the perfect time to ask. Ancient savage barren realm? In Barren City, the savage barren ancient land is also a legend. It is said that there are endless treasures in there. The major forces in Barren City have been looking for it, but after countless years, no one has found it. The old man explained. No one found it? Lu Ming looked disappointed. The major forces in Barren City had failed to find it after so many years. The hope of finding it was slim. You too, you should leave quickly. Ha Clan is not far from here. I'm afraid the experts of Ha Clan will arrive soon. The old man reminded again. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 1851. Chapter 1851. Killing absolute saints in succession. He didn't believe that the HA family would send out an emperor-to-be expert so easily. If an emperor-to-be didn't come, he could easily escape. Seeing that Lu Ming and Qiu Yue had no intention of leaving, the old man sighed and turned to leave. The other people in the restaurant were the same. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the experts of the HA family arrived. After a while, only Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were left in the restaurant. The two of them ate and drank. Boom! Boom! It didn't take long before a terrifying aura came from outside. The entire restaurant was surrounded by the power of laws and completely blocked. Brat, get out here! Outside, Hammerdy's roar could be heard. Two great saints in the Great Circle, two in the initial Absolute Saint realm, and one in the late Absolute Saint realm. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The other party was quite generous. They had sent 3 Absolute Saints all at once. However, Lu Ming did not care about the initial Absolute Saint realm at all. Even if it was the Great Mastery Absolute Saint realm, it could only cause Lu Ming a little trouble. Qiu Yue, how about going out to kill people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right. Qiu Yue was even more direct. She stood up and stepped out. Lu Ming touched his nose. Qiu Yue's personality seemed to have changed after she lost her memory. She was not so decisive in the past. When the two of them left the restaurant, they saw that in the sky, Hamilton had sealed off the area with 5 great experts. Little brat, very good, you haven't left. Hamilton looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Then, he looked at Qiu Yue and said coldly, bitch, 111 make you my slave and play with you every day. When I'm done, I'll give you to my subordinates. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Hammerdy laughed crazily. I said before that if there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. It seems like you're tired of living. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. You're so full of yourself, I'll cripple you first. A strong middle-aged man stepped out, his iron fist as heavy as a mountain, aiming for Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a great saint in the exceptional realm. With a single punch, the heavens and earth rumbled. The force of the punch was extremely terrifying and was about to drown Lu Ming. In the distance, many onlookers were shaking their heads. They all thought that Lu Ming was in grave danger. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled as a 9-headed dragon pounced out. The dragon's roar suppressed the heavens, and the dragon's claws swiped out, crushing the fist force of the opponent. The dragon's body did not stop as it stomped down with its claws. The brawny man screamed as he was torn apart by the 9 dragons and died on the spot. This was the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming had not used it for a long time. At his current realm, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was not enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary great sage in the exceptional realm. The entire place was silent. He killed a great sage in the Great Circle with one move. What kind of strength was this? Furthermore, he was so young. This was too terrifying. Hammert was known as the #1 prodigy in Barren City. However, he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. Hamilton himself was stunned. He looked terrified. With Lu Ming's abilities, it was easy for him to kill him previously. But soon after, his heart was filled with even stronger killing intent and jealousy. In the past, he had dominated the Barren City's younger generation and was very proud. He thought that there were not many geniuses in the world who could compare to him. Now, seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, he was deeply envious. Kill him! Roared Hammert. Buzz! A figure rushed out from behind Hammerty. A terrifying aura burst forth, pressing down on Lu Ming like a wild mountain. He was an absolute saint. An absolute saint was astonishingly powerful. They were far from being comparable to a supreme saint. They could kill a supreme saint with a flip of their hand. In the Azure state, an absolute saint was an overlord of a region. There were not many absolute saints in a top power. Light spots lit up on Lu Ming's body, and holy weapons appeared one after another. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword technique burst out and rushed into the other party's body. The other party's body shook slightly. Lu Ming stepped into the void, holding an absolute holy weapon sword in his hand, and slashed. A flash of sword light cut through the void, as if it was splitting the heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it made everyone's expression change. The absolute saint's expression changed drastically. He used all his power and shot out beams of divine light at Lu Ming. However, as the battle sword passed by, all the divine light was cut apart. The battle sword did not stop and continued to slash down. With a scream, half of the absolute saint's body was cut off by Lu Ming. The man was terrified and retreated frantically, trying to escape. Can you escape? Lu Ming attacked coldly. The combat sword in his hand shot out like lightning and pierced through the man's head, destroying his soul. The absolute saint had fallen. Hiss hiss hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their scalps tingle. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply terrifying. Even an absolute saint had been killed so easily. Was he still human? Hammert was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the scene in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to move forward. He activated the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. A giant finger of chaos tribulation pointed at another absolute saint. When Lu Ming was in the great sage lower tier, he could defeat an ordinary absolute saint lower tier. Now that he had broken through to the great sage upper tier, it was not too difficult to kill an absolute saint lower tier. Not good. Lu Ming had killed an absolute saint in a few moves. The absolute saint didn't dare to take it head-on. He retreated quickly, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, Qiu Yue's body flashed out, and the laws of yin and yang exploded. Two curved blades flew out, forming a terrifying destructive power that enveloped the absolute saint. The absolute saint didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes by the power of destruction. Another one had died, and this time, it was Qiu Yue. Go, quickly go, run. The only absolute saint in the upper tier roared. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his saint power to run away. Come and go as you please, how can it be that easy? Lu Ming said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Hammerty. With Hammerty's personality, he would not give up just like that. There would be endless trouble later on, so he might as well kill him directly. Qiu Yue followed closely behind. Many people were dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. In the beginning, Hamilton had been aggressive. He had brought 3 absolute saints with him to kill Lu Ming and take Qiu Yue. But now, 2 of the 3 absolute saints had died, and the remaining one was running away with Hamilton. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Let's go and take a look. Many people followed closely behind them, wanting to see the final result. Hammerty, the lord who had been lawless in Barren City, what would happen today? The absolute saint expert took Hamenti and fled frantically. His speed was amazing, and he flew over the barren city like a beam of light. Damn it, I'll definitely ask my father to kill them. No, I'll make them beg for death. Hamilton roared in his heart. His face was twisted. Chapter 1852, The Emperor-to-be appears hammered. Not only did he come from a good family, but his father was also the #1 master in Barren City. He also had amazing talent. He had a low-class heaven spiritual body and the potential to become a sovereign. He was known as the only person with the potential to become a sovereign in Barren City for hundreds of thousands of years. With his status and talent, his path had been smooth. Ever since he was young, he had always been able to get whatever he wanted. This time, not only did Qiu Yue dare to disobey him, but Ming also dared to injure him, insult him, and even kill so many experts from the Ha family. He must make Ming regret it. However, the next moment, he shouted in fear, "Quick, increase the speed." That was because at that moment, Ming and Qiu Yue's speed suddenly increased greatly. It was as if they were traveling through the void. Their speed was shocking as they approached them at an extreme speed. Ming and Qiu Yue's speed suddenly increased greatly because of bubbles. Bubbles cast a spacetime law that enveloped the two of them. The two of them seemed to be able to travel through the void. Hurry, hurry, we're almost at the Ha family's house. Hurry up. Hammered kept shouting, his body trembling in fear. Young master, you go first. I'll block them, let's go. The absolute saint said and threw Hamilton forward. He stopped in his tracks and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed dozens of times at Ming and Nangong Wuk. As for Hammered, he was frantically running forward. This place was not far from the Ha family mansion. As long as he could escape to the Ha family, his life would be saved. Let's join forces and kill him, Ming said. Chirping, the bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then, it disappeared. In the next moment, it reappeared on the Absolute Saint's body and enveloped him. Chaos Finger. Ming pointed his finger and a huge finger shot towards the other party. Qiu Yue's two scimitars spun rapidly, turning into a destructive storm that swept toward the other party. There was no suspense. Ming, Bubbles, and Qiu Yue could fight against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the upper tier. They could even defeat and kill their opponent. Now that the three of them had joined forces, their power was even more terrifying. The attacks of the three landed, and the Absolute Saint expert didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Ming and Qiu Yue rushed past them without stopping. The people who followed from the distance were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable. An Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection realm was instantly killed. Ming and Qiu Yue's cultivation base was clearly only at the Supreme Saint realm. These people are definitely the Peerless Heaven's favorites from outside Barren City. Interesting. We're almost at the Ha family mansion. I wonder what the result is. Many people followed, wanting to find out what was going on. In front of him, Hamilton saw that the Absolute Saint expert had been killed in an instant. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He held his breath and rushed forward. A vast and majestic mansion appeared before his eyes. Hammered was overjoyed. They had arrived at the Ha family's mansion. Once they arrived, he would be safe. Next, it would be his crazy revenge. However, behind him, Ming and Qiu Yue had no intention of stopping. They were charging towards him at an alarming speed. Hammered was almost scared to death. He shouted as he charged, "Help, help! Father, help!" At that moment, Ming and Qiu Yue were approaching Hammered at top speed. Whoosh! Ming waved his hand, and an Absolute Saint weapon pierced through the void toward Hamilton. Hammered wanted to dodge in fear, but he realized that he could not do so at all. His ability was far inferior to Ming's. Audacious fanatic, you're courting death. At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the Ha family mansion. A ray of light shot out and collided with Ming's Absolute Saint weapon, knocking it away. Then, a figure flickered out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in all directions. Father. Hammered was ecstatic. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He looked a bit like Hammered. He was Hamarti's father, Ha Zheng, the #1 master of Barren City and an expert of the Emperor-to-be realm. Ha Zheng has appeared. The young man and woman are in danger. The people who were following him all stopped far away. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue also stopped. Father, these two people are extremely audacious. They have killed several elders. Hurry up and kill them. No, leave that woman behind. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Hamarti shouted. Seeing Ha Zheng, Hamarti was relieved. He knew that he was fine now. Next, he would take his revenge. Lu Ming and the rest had actually made him look so miserable. He should be hacked into pieces. He should be killed. Ha Zheng's gaze was very cold as he swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue. The two of them moved, turning into two shadows and retreating. You want to leave? Die. Ha Zheng shouted and threw a punch. A vast fist force pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming and the others. I can't resist it, let's go. Lu Ming was about to ask Bubbles to open the space-time tunnel and leave this place. However, at this moment, a 1,000-meter-long sword radiance appeared and slashed at Ha Zheng's fist radiance. With a loud boom, the sword radiance and the fist radiance disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not leave but stopped in the distance. Ha Zheng's gaze looked up into the sky, where a white-haired elder appeared. This person had a long sword on his back and looked like a sage. It's the Mo clan's clan head. Around them, someone exclaimed. The Mo family was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Barren City. The head of the Mo family was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. Why did he help Lu Ming and block Ha Zheng's attack? Not only the others, even Lu Ming himself was puzzled. It was his first time in Barren City and he didn't know anyone. Mo Qingshan, you know those two? Ha Zheng asked in a deep voice. I don't know him. Mo Qingshan shook his head. I don't know you and you want to stop me? It seems like you are tired of living. A hint of killing intent flashed through Ha Zheng's eyes. Ha Zheng, what big words you have. At this moment, a deep voice came from another direction, and then a burly middle-aged man appeared. At the same time, other figures also appeared in other directions. Including Mo Qingshan, there were a total of 6 figures. Leaders of the 6 major forces, what's going on? The leaders of the 6 major forces have all arrived. Could it be because of that young man? That's impossible. What's going on? Upon seeing the 6 figures, the scene broke out into a discussion. These 6 people were the leaders of the other 6 forces in Barren City. Each of them was in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Why were they all here at the same time? Many people were puzzled. What's the matter for the 6 of you to come to my Ha family? Ha Zheng's face darkened. Could it be because of those two? Then, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. I've already said that we don't know those two. We're here to look for you. Mo Qingshan squinted his eyes and said. Chapter 1853, Chapter 1853 Savage Barren Ancient Realms Whereabouts, you're looking for me? What's the matter? Ha Zheng asked. I'm looking for you because of the ancient wilderness realm, of course. Mo Qingshan continued. These words caused many people's hearts to tremble. The ancient savage barren realm was only a legend in Barren City. No one had been able to find it for countless years. Could it be that Ha Zheng had some clues? Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. Didn't he come here to search for the savage barren ancient realm and the savage crystal? Ha ha ha, savage barren ancient realm? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. How would one know where the savage barren realm is? Ha Zheng laughed out loud. Ha Zheng, you're still trying to hide it even now? You entered the ancient savage barren realm a few months ago, didn't you? Mo Qingshan's words shocked the rest of the people. He Zhang had entered the ancient savage barren realm. Was that true? Everyone's eyes were on He Zhang. He Zhang's expression was as dark as a piece of charcoal. It seems that there's a traitor in the He family. He Zhang said coldly, enunciating each word. But in other words, he admitted it. Many people's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Was there really such a thing as the savage barren ancient land in this world? It was rumored that there were countless treasures in the ancient savage barren realm. He Zhang, tell me the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm. A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the Pang clan's patriarch. He held a thick iron rod in his hand, and as he waved it, it made whooshing sounds. The leaders of the other forces also released their powerful auras and locked onto He Zhang. You want to threaten me? You guys are still lacking. He Zhang said. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. A river of laws surrounded his body. This was the symbol of an emperor-to-be. Only when one completely mastered a type of law could a river of laws be formed. Oh, really? I'd like to give it a try. The Pang family head's body swelled up, and his aura was like a rainbow. The iron rod in his hand expanded, turning into a giant rod that reached the sky. With the force of Mount Tai, he pressed down on He Zhang. He Zhang's expression darkened. The river of laws danced, and his fist radiance shook the sky as he punched out. Boom! The terrifying boom shook the entire barren city. The giant stick was blown away by He Zhang, but he was also forced to step back, causing the void to tremble. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. He Zhang had actually been forced to retreat. That was an emperor-to-be who controlled a complete set of laws. With the river of laws surrounding him, his combat power was astonishing. He could easily crush people in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. However, He Zhang had actually been forced to retreat by a person in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. Ha ha ha, He Zhang, I heard that you were heavily injured after entering the ancient savage barren realm. As expected, with your current battle power, how can you fight against the six of us? The Pang family's patriarch laughed. Many people came to a sudden realization. So He Zhang was injured. No wonder his battle prowess had been greatly reduced. We were going to take action in a few days, but since you've shown up today, well, take action while we're at it. He Zhang, one advise you to tell us the entrance to the ancient barbaric realm. Otherwise, the He family will disappear from Barren City from now on. Another leader of a force said coldly. He Zhang's expression was extremely dark. There was a traitor in his He family, and he had great power. Otherwise, he would not have known that he had entered the ancient savage barren realm and had been injured. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid even if the six forces joined forces. But now, he had not recovered from his injuries and was no match for the combined forces of the six forces. Do you really want to go to the ancient savage barren realm? Let me tell you, the ancient savage barren realm is very dangerous. I was injured before I even went deep. He Zhang said. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is tell me the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm. Mo Qingshan said. Which martial arts powerhouse had not walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Why would they be afraid of danger? Moreover, danger was often accompanied by opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would soar to the sky in one go. It is fine if you want me to tell you the entrance to the ancient wild region. However, you have to promise me one thing. A hint of killing intent flashed through He Zhang's eyes. What is it? Mo Qingshan asked. Help me kill those two little bastards. He Zhang's gaze shifted to Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Mo Qingshan, the Pang family's master, and the others also turned to look at Lu Ming. It's just two juniors, easy. Mo Qingshan's eyes glowed with a cold light. A powerful aura spread towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yue and Rao Pao. Swish. At this moment, a ray of sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and headed towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. People in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm had profound cultivation and powerful combat strength. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were far from being their match. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted as he and Qiu Yue retreated rapidly. Do you think you can escape from my hands? Behead him! Mo Qingshan shouted coldly as he unsheathed the long sword on his back. It transformed into an endless sword radiance that blotted out the sky and covered the sun as it flew towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue had no way of avoiding it. Many people sighed. These two young men with unparalleled talent were going to fall here. Although the two of them were talented, they were no match for an old monster like the head of the Mo family. Endless sword light enveloped them, stabbing Lu Ming and Qiu Yue until they were like a hornet's nest. However, there was no trace of blood-red light. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue's bodies shattered like illusions. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Qiu Yue's figures suddenly appeared beside Hamodi. Not good. Stop. Ha Zheng's expression changed drastically. He roared and wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Ming clasped Hamilton's neck and held him in his hands. If you make a move, I'll kill him. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard, causing Ha Zheng to stop in his tracks. Let him go, or you'll die a terrible death. Ha Zheng said coldly. He had been too careless. He had never expected that not only did Lu Ming not escape, but he also dared to take down Hammerdy. He was simply too bold. Moreover, Lu Ming and the rest were too strange. They could suddenly appear next to Hamodi, catching him off guard. That was the law of time and space. Ha Zheng's gaze turned to Bubbles with shock in his eyes. Is that so? Lu Ming exerted force in his palm and flowly energy surged into Hammerdy's body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. Stop! Ha Zheng roared. Ha Zheng, are you going to kill these two little bastards or not? Mo Qingshan asked with a cold face. He was very upset. Not only did Lu Ming and Qiu Yue escape from his hands, but they had also taken control of Hammerdy. He had lost face. Kill your mother's fart. Ha Zheng cursed. How could he kill Hammerdy when he was already in Lu Ming's hands? Was he trying to kill Hammerdy? Mind your words. Mo Qingshan said with a cold face. Kid, let go of Murthy and I'll let you go. Ha Zheng glared at Lu Ming. Let him go? If you let us into the ancient savage barren realm, I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said and retreated with Hamilton, away from Mo Qingshan, Ha Zheng, and the rest. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.